member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on doit se porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
I'll move the court that the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, this is not a good time for French in Ottawa. Yesterday, the Conservative member for Mégantic-l'Érable criticized the Minister for National Revenue for speaking French. We shouldn't have to apologize for speaking French. We're proud to speak French, not like the Conservatives. The Conservatives have refused a French-speaking university in Ontario. In New Brunswick, they refuse the Games of la Francophonie. They refuse to fight for newcomers to have a sufficient knowledge of French. We have been accused of racism. The Liberals talk about scandal when federal workers have to respect the charter of the French language. This is a very sad time for French in Ottawa. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, on February 3rd, a man who devoted 40 years of his life to his municipality has left us. He truly was the Dean of Mayors. He was mayor of Saint-Ignace de Stanbridge. He also was mayor of Brome-Missisquoi, the Dean of Mayors. He succumbed recently to a cancer in Brome-Missisquoi. He was a man of great authenticity and very involved in his community and devoted to its people. I would like to extend my sincere condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues. We've lost a true friend.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the well over 250,000 Canadians who live with congenital heart disease, or CHD. Next week is Congenital Heart Awareness Week, and the 14th is recognized as Congenital Heart Awareness Day. In Canada, 1 in every 100 babies is born with some form of CHD, making it the #1 birth defect. These range from minor heart murmurs to complex structural anomalies. Sadly, there's no cure. Years ago, CHD meant a child had a 20% chance of reaching adulthood. Today, thanks to advances in medical care and surgical treatments, 95% of CHD children now live well into adulthood. However, those living with CHD still require specialized, lifelong cardiac care, with at least half facing the prospect of complications and multiple surgeries. I stand in support of the Canadian Congenital Heart Alliance and commend the dedicated work of their volunteers. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to be in Chilliwack, British Columbia a couple weeks ago to announce the construction of 67 new rental housing units. Wow. On behalf of my friend, colleague, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Partnering with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, this government invested $11.8 million in this great project. This project is one of many under National Housing Strategy. As a former property developer, I have engaged with countless Canadians trying to find their new home. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. I'm pleased to represent a government that is supporting a real solution to the housing issue in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, Mr. Speaker. All of our society's great changes have been linked to education. I'll name just a few that I've witnessed since I was a child. Safety belts, anti-smoking campaigns, recycling, recognition of LGBTQ rights, awareness of climate change, and in each instance, the influence of young people was immense. Because schools are and remain the crucible of the learning that forges minds. This February, we will celebrate Teachers' Week and Stay in School Week, and I cannot but express my admiration for teachers who give the best of themselves and inspire dreams. The idea of giving an apple to a teacher may be out of fashion, but for parents, let's send an email of thanks to one of the teachers who change our children's lives on a daily basis. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, on January, we've closed the door and the frigid days are almost over. February is by far the best for Carnival and Winterfest, skating at Sainte-Marguerite-du-Lac-Mosson, dancing in Brébeuf to the beat of a rigodon, tobogganing in Huberdeau, ice fishing in Notre-Dame-du-Lot. In Ferme-Neuve for the Grand Prix on ice, Mont-Tremblant has terraces that are nice. Laurentides-Labelle is all aglow, and winter's not just for shoveling snow. Sainte-Agathe has a tradition for many a year, and indeed, Bonhomme Carnaval was born here. To volunteers and community, I raise my chapeau. They've organized everything. Team, way to go. And to all those in snowy joy abiding, enjoy winter to the full in my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are trying to get new ships that they've been putting off forever. But things are just taking forever, and we have no ships. They talk about new ships, but nothing. Confusion, messes. This is the result of what the Liberals have done. We Conservatives were able to deal with things on time. For our Coast Guard, Liberals say, not our problem. This is the summit of disdain towards Quebec and towards the Navy. But next October, Canadians will have the opportunity to fire these arrogant Liberals.
London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to highlight a remarkable organization, Pride Men's Chorus London, a program of Aeolian Hall and co-founded in 2016 by Rod Cullum and Clark Bryan. I've had the opportunity to attend several concerts held by the chorus. Its members envision a world where the human voice is lifted up through song in a celebration of diversity, where music is valued as a powerful gift and seen as a universal tool to achieve and to sustain love and inclusion. More than this, Mr. Speaker, Pride Men's Chorus seeks to proactively combat stereotypes and false perceptions that give rise to hate and to violence. Their work challenges a heteronormative worldview by inspiring audiences, the LGBTQ2 community in London and the broader community in London through advocacy and music. They celebrate victories won, they mourn lives lost, all while promoting unconditional acceptance. Thank you, Pride Men's Chorus London, for singing out, changing hearts, and making our community stronger. You make London and Canada better.
Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Speaker, one of the best things the Conservatives ever did for Toronto was build Ontario Place. From the magic of IMAX and the wonder of Cinesphere to the riot we all had playing as kids in Children Village. Of course, there were the first dates on the lawn watching the Tragically Hip or Molly Johnson, the Parachute Club, the long list of artists who circled the stage as we watched. Ontario Place is a cherished part of Toronto's waterfront. But the new provincial government at Queen's Park has put a for sale sign on the site and told the 1.5 million visitors who visited the site last year to scram. Clearly, Doug Ford is no Bill Davis. The Tories at Queen's Park are talking about a mall, or worse, a casino on the waterfront. What a waste. What a terrible deficit of imagination. The people of Ontario, the folks of our city, the Toronto Liberal caucus want to keep Ontario Place a public place. Hear our call. Ontario Place is a place for all. Ontario Place for all.
Yeah. Good job. Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, people in the neighborhoods of Transcona and Elmwood and Winnipeg are struggling to make ends meet and want to know exactly how much the carbon tax will cost them. So many small businesses, tradespeople, and households are finding their resources stretched. They're being pulled down by this Liberal government digging deeper and deeper into their pockets. And now they're worried about the carbon tax that has been forced upon them by the Prime Minister. And for what? The Liberal carbon tax does nothing to help the environment. It is only making it harder to put students through university, to get children to art classes and sports games, or for tradespeople and small business owners to make a living. Hardworking Canadians in Elmwood, Transcona want and deserve a government that allows them the opportunity to create a better future for themselves, their children, and their grandchildren. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, in October, their voices will finally be heard when they kick this Prime Minister and their current MP out of office.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, better seniors care is something that we are all dedicated to. Today, we are joined by the Canadian Association for Long-Term Care. Since 2002, this association has been working hard to advocate for publicly funded healthcare services for seniors and has been sharing information, best practices, and evidence in order to improve the quality of care to residents in long-term care, no matter where they may live. Their CEO, Daniel Fontaine, and members of the association are currently out meeting with parliamentarians to raise awareness of their pre-budget submission and the launch of their Because You Care campaign, which is calling on all members of this House to visit a care home in their riding during the week of February 10th to 16th. This evening, they are holding a reception from 5 to 7 p.m. in room 752 at 131 Queen Street. I am proud to be sponsoring this event, and I encourage all of you to attend and hear about the exciting work they are doing to advance seniors' care in Canada.
That's great work.
Member for King Vaughan.
Speaker, today I rise to recognize one of my constituents in King Vaughan, a former school principal and father of 5. He's known as the ultimate hockey dad, despite knowing nothing about the sport when he first moved to Canada from Jamaica in the 1970s. Because Carl Subban and his wife Maria raised 3 sons, PK, Malcolm, and Jordan, that were all drafted to the NHL. Indeed, Mr. Subban was so focused on helping his children, including 2 daughters, succeed that he sometimes overlooked his own health, and at the age of 40, he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. This health scare and his own journey to become healthier were important factors in his decision to become a voice for men's health, and was recognized in 2018 as a Canadian Men's Health Foundation champion. Through a new social awareness campaign, Don't Change Much, the foundation is inspiring men and their families to lead healthier lives using lifestyle programs to encourage small changes that will have a big impact on their health. Let's all remember to inspire our own dads to take small steps to improve men's health. In fact, you don't have to change much. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, life is getting harder for Canadians under this Liberal government. In neighbourhoods like Willowdale, Lansing, and Newtonbrook in North Toronto, this is no exception. In these areas, transit is easily accessible, but the Prime Minister took away the transit tax credit, making life more expensive. The Liberals increased the cost of commuting for those who ride the TTC and the GO train to work, school, and recreation. And just this week, the Conservative leader celebrated the Lunar New Year in Willowdale with the Chinese community. And while there's much to celebrate in the Year of the Pig, there's also frustration. Residents of Willowdale are right to be concerned with the carbon tax that is raising the cost of everything. They're right to be outraged with how the Liberals have made it more difficult than ever to reunite parents and grandparents. And they're right to be looking for better representation come this October.
Honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute Jana Gardauskas and her amazing initiative, the Period Purse. Encountering a homeless woman in Toronto, Jana was struck by a simple but critical question. What does that individual do each month during their menstrual cycle? Jana quickly learned that the needs are vast, from women in the shelter system to low-income students and Indigenous girls who stay home from school simply because they can't afford tampons or pads. So Jana, to her credit, decided to act. She founded the Period Purse to provide female hygiene products for free to homeless and low-income women. What started as a small idea run from the porch of Jana's home in my riding of Parkdale High Park has now blossomed into a national operation with chapters in 9 different cities. To date, Jana's team has delivered over 7,800 period purses right across Canada. On her second anniversary, I simply want to say thank you, Jana, for shedding light on such an important issue and for educating me and other men like me about this critical component in women's fight for equality.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, March 8th is International Women's Day, and though it's 2019, this government has yet to do anything more than pay lip service to women's equality. Universal child care is recognized as an undisputed contributor to the equality of women and the welfare of children, yet our feminist Prime Minister has done little to nothing towards creating one. We know from the experience of the province of Quebec that executed responsibly, a universal, accessible, and affordable system of childcare not only pays for itself, but serves to increase the GDP by enabling more women to enter the workforce, knowing their children are taken care of. Childcare costs run as high as $2,000 per month per child in larger centres. This is financially crippling for women and families. We're raising the next generation of citizens, Mr. Speaker. This failure is not feminism. We can do better, and when we do, all Canadians will benefit.
Member for Lethbridge.
Misled Canadians by promising that he would run 3 small deficits and then he would balance the budget. Instead, however, he borrowed massively, he spent out of control, and he won't return the budget to balance until 2040. Economists have rightfully pointed out that there has been no global recession, no good reason, and absolutely no excuse. Right. Worse yet, struggling Canadians are paying for the Prime Minister's mistakes. Nearly 50% of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck and finding it difficult to do so. But the Prime Minister doesn't care. Why should he? He's sitting on a family fortune. Right. During question period yesterday, he said, and I quote, low-income families don't benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. What? How out of touch can you be? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, of course they pay taxes. They pay income tax, payroll tax, HST, GST, and now a massive carbon tax imposed by this Prime Minister. Yeah. While the Prime Minister sits comfortably on his family fortune, those over whom the Emperor rules are struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. Canadians deserve an opportunity to get ahead, and this side of the House is going to do that.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis-Batan-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, we will never apologize for speaking French in this House. I would remind my colleagues that it was in July 1534 that Jacques Cartier set foot in Gaspé. He met with the Mi'kmaq Nation, and French was heard for the first time on the continent. Our language is a living one, and in the almost 90 member states of the francophonie is spoken by 284 million French speakers. Mr. Speaker, this is a beautiful language. It is our language. It is the language of our ancestors and descendants. Mr. Speaker, Franco-Ontarians have been hit full throttle by the Ford government in Ontario, and now the Conservatives have criticized my colleague for answering in French. We will never apologize for speaking French. I am proud of my culture, my language, and I am proud of a government that defends it.
Questions orales, oral questions, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Low-income Canadians do not benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes." Does the Prime Minister think that low-income Canadians don't pay GST, don't pay gas taxes, don't pay income taxes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since the outset, the Conservatives have been all about giving benefits to more well-off people. We know that investing in the middle class and all working hard to join it is what will create economic growth. The Conservatives were opposed to cutting taxes for the middle class. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit. The Conservatives were against increasing the GIS. And the Conservatives were against investing in affordable housing for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is, yesterday in this House, the Prime Minister said that low-income Canadians do not benefit from tax breaks because they do not pay taxes. That is his quote. So can the Prime Minister tell Canadians, does he truly believe that low-income Canadians pay no GST, pay no EI payroll taxes, pay no federal taxes, or pay no gas taxes?
Prime Minister.
For 10 years under Stephen Harper, the Conservatives put forward an economic plan that gives advantages and benefits to the wealthiest 1% while neglecting to help low-income Canadians who actually need that help. That is one of the reasons Canadians chose a government that would focus on the middle class and people working hard to join it, and that's what we've doing. But while we've been doing that, the Conservatives opposed lowering taxes on the middle class. They opposed the guaranteed income supplement increase for seniors. They even opposed the Canada Child Benefit. They oppose the things that make a difference in people's...
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true. Under the Conservative government, taxes were lowered.
Order. I could not hear the question. We all need to hear the question. We need to listen quietly. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, none of that is true. Under the Conservative government, taxes were lower for Canadians. It was his tax changes that have led to the top 1% paying less taxes. But it's not surprising that he doesn't understand how the tax system works. He brags that other people manage his vast family fortune. So once again, can he tell Canadians, does he truly believe that low-income Canadians pay no GST, pay no EI payroll taxes, pay no federal taxes, and pay no gas taxes?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Conservatives like to mislead the House, but it is blatant in that they actually did vote against the guaranteed income supplement increase for our most vulnerable single seniors. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit that stopped sending their benefit checks to millionaire families so that we could send more money to the Canadians who needed it most. We watched them vote against strengthening the Canada Pension Plan for future generations. They stood and voted against investments in affordable housing for Canadians. Every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, they say things they don't mean and then act to hurt.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, what's at question here is the Prime Minister's own comments yesterday in this House. As the Conservative record, under our government, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said, and I quote, low and middle income earners have benefited more. But let's talk about what he's taken away. He took away the textbook credit. Does he believe that there are no low-income students? He took away the public transit tax credit. Does he believe that there are no low-income Canadians who take the bus? Has his luxurious lifestyle made him so out of touch that he doesn't understand the everyday struggles of low-income Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Speaker, it seems unbelievable that after 10 years of government they still didn't understand this. But non-refundable tax credits do not help the lowest income Canadians who need it the most. That is something they simply do not understand. credits continues to...
I want to remind members that they should have confidence in those on their side who will, in their turn, speak for their side, so they don't have to speak when someone else is speaking. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has other people manage his vast family fortune, so it's no surprise that he doesn't understand how the tax system actually works. An individual at the low-income cutoff would earn $21,487 and pay $1,451 in federal taxes. They would benefit from those tax credits. And the Children's Fitness Tax Credit was a refundable tax credit that he took away. Why is he making low and middle-income Canadians pay for his mistakes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while we continue to stay focused on Canadians, Conservatives keep focusing once again on how I grew up. Now, let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker, I've always been very clear. I've been fortunate in my life to have great opportunities that very few people had, but in life we're always defined by the choices we make. And the choice I made was to serve as a high school teacher, to serve as a member of Parliament of Papineau, and now to serve Canadians as Prime Minister. And the choices we make as a government is to help the middle class and people working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-des-Basques. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that all the NDP was doing is talk, talk, talk. And that comes from the Liberal Party that's got acute consultitis. Now, they proposed an advisory committee. That was in June. Why? The Minister of Finance has already announced that it wouldn't be universal. It would be a public-private patchwork that would protect pharmaceutical and insurance companies. And that was confirmed by two Liberal sources on Friday. How can the Liberals boast about a universal health system and propose, in fact, a patchwork-style pharmacare plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians are proud of the healthcare system, but we do know that there are too many Canadians who can't afford to fill their prescriptions and must make difficult choices in this country. That is why we put in place a committee of experts to make recommendations on how we can proceed to help Canadians to be able to purchase their medication. That is a priority for us. We are going with the experts, and we will be relying on their recommendations. The Honourable Member. He should have informed his Minister of Finance that the Liberal is simply consulting. Now, the head of the FTQ said that if we had a fully public system, it would generate economies of scale up to $3 billion. That's in Quebec. Now, an expert from Carleton University said that companies would save some $8 billion because it wouldn't have to provide private pharmacare systems. So why is the government so keen on patching the system instead of offering a universal pharmacare system? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are consulting experts because it's important to be on the right track. That doesn't mean we haven't taken action. We have taken concrete steps to make medication more affordable for Canadians. We have had a positive impact through the Pharmaceutical Joint Alliance, which saves $1 billion per year. We have put forth major reforms when it comes to patented medication, and we struck a committee on the implementation of a national pharmacare system to look at options. We will continue to work very hard for Canadians.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, no Canadian should have to empty their wallet or go into debt to get the medicine their family needs, and no Canadian should go without the medicine their doctor prescribed because of cost. Yet, Canada is the only nation with Medicare that doesn't include universal coverage for prescriptions. This is the Prime Minister's last budget before the election. It's his last chance to do what's right for people. Deliver a universal, comprehensive, and public pharmacare system, one that covers every single Canadian. Will the Prime Minister do it?
The Prime Minister.
Canadians are rightly proud of our healthcare system, but we also recognize that Canadians in far too many situations have to make impossible choices between paying for their medications or paying for their rent or paying for their food. That is why we are committed to moving forward on pharmacare, but moving forward in the right way. We put together a panel of experts to study the best way to help Canadians in making sure that the medications are affordable, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, the Liberals have been saying that since 1997, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister clearly doesn't understand the reality people are facing. Millions of Canadians are deprived of the medicine they need because of price. Today, we heard from Marilyn Sheehan, whose family lives in BC. She said she can't afford the heart medication her husband needs, and their son often goes without his life-saving allergy medicine. She said they're just rolling the dice. Mr. Speaker, private patchwork coverage has not helped them. So why is the Prime Minister pursuing this very system that costs more and delivers less?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
We have not yet determined the best path forward because we have asked an expert panel to make recommendations about how to best help the Canadians who are struggling, making impossible choices like the member opposite so eloquently described. That's why we're actually not only just moving forward that panel, but we're moving forward in concrete measures like joining the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, which means Canadians save over $1 billion annually. We've put forward major reforms to patented medicines regulations, and we're continuing to do the work to make sure that Canadians can.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we're not inventing anything. The Prime Minister said here yesterday, low-income families do not benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. That statement is completely out of touch with reality. Even low-income Canadians pay too much in taxes, and they're paying more over the past 3 years since the government has been in power. Will the Prime Minister acknowledge that under the Liberals, Canadians are paying more in taxes than they did 3 years ago under the Conservative government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The previous Conservative government often used tax credits because it helped well-off Canadians, but it didn't help lower-income Canadians. That's why we took a different approach, to invest in middle-class Canadians, to invest in all families working hard to join the middle class, and that is making a difference. The Conservatives voted against the CCB. They opposed increasing the GIS for our seniors. They opposed cutting taxes for the middle class. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister just said is incredible. He wiped out credits for people using public transit. We're talking about students. He cut tax credits for children, for their activities, for physical education credits, cultural activities. Mr. Speaker, that's what he did. He put in place a carbon tax that will have an impact on the cost of gas, groceries, on all activities, on all goods used by consumers. It makes no sense to listen to what he keeps repeating. Will he at least acknowledge that Canadians are paying more in taxes today than they did under the previous Conservative government? Yes. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have on average $2,000 more in their pockets with our approach than with the previous government's approach. I'm happy to hear the Conservative members talk about public transit, but the problem is they never invested in it. We set up or put in place investments, historic investments, to help students, people working hard, seniors, so that they could take public transit across the country. These are concrete investments that are helping Canadian families across the country. We'll continue to make them.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, low-income families do not benefit from tax breaks because they do not pay taxes, so declares the Prime Minister yesterday. However, low-income Canadians actually beg to differ with that postulation. Indeed, Anne is a single woman. She works in Milton, Ontario. She makes minimum wage. She pays approximately $2,600 in federal income tax. Right. Will the Prime Minister stand today and tell us he stands by his statement that low-income Canadians do not pay taxes?
Prime Minister.
Conservatives don't want to stand by their own voting record, where they voted against the Canada Child Benefit, where they voted against lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. They voted against increasing the guaranteed income supplements for our most vulnerable single seniors. They even voted against strengthening the Canada Pension Plan for future generations. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work hard on supporting the middle class and people working very hard to join it. That is what this government remains focused on.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the statements that he made, he actually missed the point of the question, which is Anne is a single woman making minimum wage. She doesn't get the Canada Child Care Benefit. She doesn't get the guaranteed income supplement. She doesn't get that middle class tax cut either. Yet the Prime Minister thinks she doesn't pay a single cent in taxes, yet she would beg to differ. About $5,000 in taxes every year, Mr. Speaker, after you include CPP and EI, and then you have GST, and then you have HST, and then you have their carbon tax, which is coming next, Mr. Speaker. Will he still stand by that ridiculous statement?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to talk about the Canada Workers Benefit that actually goes directly to low-income workers who will be able to have a little more money every month to be able to afford the cost of living and indeed create more incentives for them to stay in the workforce. But of course, if they want to go back to school, we've made sure that unemployment insurance will actually help you go back to school and retrain. You can continue to get EI benefits. These are the kinds of things that we're focusing on to make sure that all Canadians have an real and fair chance to succeed.
I remind Government Member for Chilliwack Hope and others to remember what I said about waiting for their side to have its turn and have confidence that their side, the members from their side who will speak, will be able to make their case effectively. I'm sure that's true on all sides. We have to remember that. Lord.
Order, please.
Assistance, Madam Member for Edmonton West. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister insulted the job creators and small business owners by saying that they were trying to avoid paying taxes with SMEs, and that was insulting. But yesterday, he insulted thousands of Canadians by saying that low-income families do not benefit from tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. That is false, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of Canadians are outraged by that statement. Yesterday on Facebook, Geneviève said that she pays taxes. She's a student. Can the Prime Minister tell Geneviève, it's not true, you don't pay taxes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, SMEs are happy that we have cut taxes. We've dropped the tax rate to 9%. It is the lowest in the OECD. We will always be there to help our job creators and small businesses. As regards students, we increased amounts for students, low-income students, because we know that investing in education is a better way of creating and generating economic growth for individuals and for our economy. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Maybe the Prime Minister doesn't know that as of $12,000, people start paying taxes. Maybe he's never earned that in his life, but that's a reality. Some people are aware of it. On Facebook, Richard Sauvé said he earns $13,000 a year and he's paying taxes. That's the reality Canadians are facing. All Canadians pay the GST, Mr. Speaker. It's not true what he said yesterday. Can he apologize to the thousands of families that he insulted yesterday? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. What the Conservatives are doing is saying anything and everything when they're in opposition and when they're campaigning, and the way they govern is by giving advantages and benefits to wealthier people at the expense of people in need. That's why they voted against the GIS for our seniors, most vulnerable seniors. They voted against the child benefit that gives more money to 9 families out of 10, and instead of sending checks to millionaires as they did. We know that investing in people who need it most. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, poverty among seniors is on the rise, and all too often they have to make a choice between buying food or filling their prescriptions. That should never be a choice they have to make. I'm thinking about Mr. Desmarais in my riding, who must take medication, vital medication, every day. The cost of it is exorbitant. How on earth is he supposed to pay for it? His situation reflects that of thousands of other seniors across the country. Why are the Liberals waiting to put in place the Right Honourable Prime Minister? We are always very concerned with the seniors, and that is why we have invested to help our most vulnerable seniors. We increased the GIS for single seniors. We have invested in housing for seniors. We invested $5 billion for home care across the country, and we continue to invest in our seniors. We understand that investing in pharmacare is the right approach, and that is why we are awaiting the report from the panel of experts. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just keeps talking and saying nothing, and people back home are simply tired of seeing the rich people benefit from our system when they can't make ends meet. In Sherbrooke, a man who's 70 told me about his last visit to the pharmacy. He had to make the difficult choice between filling only one of his 3 prescriptions. It's shameful seeing situations like that where access to a doctor is free, but access to the medication prescribed by the doctor isn't, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister telling my fellow citizens that they have to wait for another report when they've already been waiting for 3 years? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have taken concrete action to help seniors. We have increased the GIS. We have increased investments in housing for seniors, but we acknowledge that there is work that remains to be done. When it comes to pharmacare, we have joined the Alliance, which helped save $1 billion. We have put in place changes regarding patents, and we are waiting to listen to the panel of experts. We do as well find it unacceptable for people to have to make a choice between filling a prescription and purchasing food. We're going to work together to resolve this problem.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister accused low-income Canadians of paying no taxes. But what about him? He inherited a multi-million-dollar family fortune in the form of a tax-preferred trust fund from his father. Le Journal de Montréal wrote this: "For more than 15 years, the funds from the trust have grown off the balance sheet of the Prime Minister and his brother without affecting their taxable income." How much tax did the Prime Minister avoid paying by using this trust fund tax loophole to shelter his family fortune?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, while we remain focused on Canadians, the Conservatives want to focus on me. We are going to continue to invest in the middle class and those working hard to join it. We're going to continue to do things that they vote against, like increasing the Canada pension plan, strengthening the Canada pension plan, like increasing the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors, like investing in a better Canada child benefit that's going to continue to lift hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, instead of sending child benefit checks to millionaires like the Conservatives consistently want to do. We are going to focus on Canadians.
For Chilliwack HoC.
And Mr. Speaker, we're focused on the Prime Minister's hypocrisy. The Prime Minister's trust fund operated outside of a blind trust for over a decade. He would have known that he was saving a fortune in taxes on his family fortune that entire time. Right. Now, the Prime Minister said yesterday that low-income families do not benefit from tax breaks because they do not pay taxes. How much tax did the Prime Minister avoid paying because he was sheltering his family fortune with the trust fund tax loophole?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
One of the very first things we did as a government was trying to correct the direction that the Conservatives went in of creating benefits and advantages for the wealthiest 1%. The very first thing we did was lower taxes on the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%, which the Conservatives voted against. We are going to continue to look to make our tax system fair, as we did in the case of small businesses by lowering small business taxes to 9%. We're always looking for ways to support Canadians. That is the focus of this government, unlike the Conservatives who want to keep giving advantages to the wealthy.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The wealthy are paying paying $4.6 billion less in tax, while the average family pays $800 more. But we know why this Prime Minister is advantaging the wealthy. He wants to help people just like him. Yeah. He used the trust fund tax loophole to save thousands of dollars on his taxes. But he's never come clean on how much he saved and how much he avoided paying that other Canadians will be forced to pay. Yeah. Will he stand and finally answer that question today?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have difficulty understanding that you do not advance as an economy when you continue to give benefits to the wealthy the way they always have. We lowered taxes for the middle classes, the very first thing we did as a government, and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, which the Conservatives, of course, voted against. They refused to support us in increasing the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors. They refused to support us in moving forward with the Canada Child Benefit that is making a real and tangible difference in the lives of millions of Canadians.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, he sure doesn't want to answer that question, Mr. Speaker, but we know that's his agenda. Since he became Prime Minister, the wealthiest 1% are paying $4.6 billion less, and the share of the overall federal tax burden paid by the wealthiest 1% has dropped. Now, we know his real motive because he is a trust fund millionaire and he wants to protect others like him. Yep. We're simply asking him to be transparent about it. Yep. How much money did he save by taking advantage of the trust fund tax loophole?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, between the torquing of the numbers and the personal attacks, the Conservatives don't want to face the facts or have Canadians understand that they actually voted against lowering taxes on the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%. And the only way the numbers that the member opposite just cited even maybe perhaps might align is if you completely ignore the Canada Child Benefit that has made a huge difference in the lives of Canadians. Perhaps that is because they have no intention of continuing that Canada Child Benefit. That is something that...
Order. The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwetinoong-Asti.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations in this country are facing a housing crisis. 85% of First Nations in Manitoba report mold in their homes. We're talking about 15, 17, 20 people in a house. Babies, elders, families are suffering. In community after community, people are saying that things are not getting better. Things are getting worse. So my question to the Prime Minister is, does he not know that this housing crisis is literally making people sick? And when will his Liberal government move from talking and move to action to address this housing crisis on First Nations now?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we got elected in 2015, we heard loudly and clearly from Canadians that they wanted a renewal of the relationship and investments in Indigenous peoples that would begin to close the gaps and the inequalities that exist in Canada. And that is something we set about doing from the very beginning. We have since lifted 78 long-term boil water advisories in Indigenous communities. We have opened hundreds of new schools. We've invested in new health centres. And yes, we are investing in hundreds and even indeed thousands of new housing units right across the country in Indigenous communities. But we know there's more.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mold crisis in Cat Lake has had a devastating effect on public health in the community, and his government knew it for years. Now there are children who are waiting for medical treatment. There are seniors in the community who have died due to respiratory problems. So will the Prime Minister commit to sending an independent medical team to immediately assess the affected families and to immediately fulfill his responsibilities under Jordan's principle? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working directly with the Chief and the Council of Cat Lake. We are working directly with the Chief there. We know that they have health and safety concerns, also concerns about housing. We know that there is an urgent and long-term need. That's why we are working with the community and partners to accelerate the construction of new housing. We will continue to work very closely with the Chief and the Council to move forward with solutions immediately and also in the medium and long term. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, we understand the importance of investing in our regions. The Conservatives want to cut our infrastructure investments across Quebec, but we support regions across the province and the country as a whole. Can the Prime Minister tell the House about the recent announcement in Shawinigan to encourage economic development in Quebec? Very Honourable Prime Minister, I thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her hard work and for her question. The more than 1,300 CRA employees in Shawinigan do important work for Canadians. They deserve a safe, modern, and sustainable workplace. That's why earlier this week we announced the construction of a new building that will replace the current building, which is over 40 years old. This project shows our government's commitment to the regions all across the country. Unlike the Conservatives, we will not put federal jobs in regions at risk.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, according to the Globe and Mail, using CRA data, the wealthiest 1% are paying $4.6 billion less in taxes, and further data shows they bear a smaller burden of the federal tax take. Now, the Prime Minister would know about the rich guys getting off easy. He used a trust fund tax loophole that allowed him to pay a lower rate on his family fortune than other Canadians would have to pay. He should do the right thing now and tell Canadians, will he do so, how much he saved by using the trust fund tax loophole.
Prime Minister.
While the members opposite continue to focus on me, why don't we focus on Canadians? Indeed, why don't we focus on Canadians living in the riding of Carleton? $48 million a year goes directly to families every month, tax-free, in the riding of Carleton to support 16,000 kids with the Canada Child Benefit. We send $7,000 a year for 22,000 constituents with the Strengthened Canada Pension Plan, and over $300 for households next year with the Climate Action Incentive. We're investing in the Canadian.
Member for Carleton.
Well, this Prime Minister says that if you take the bus, you're too rich and deserve to lose your transit tax credit. If you put your kids in hockey or soccer, you're too rich for the Prime Minister and deserve to lose the refundable children's fitness tax credit. If you buy textbooks at university, you're too rich and you deserve to lose your textbook tax credit, says the same Prime Minister who used a trust fund tax loophole to lower his tax bill. Does he realize, as he sits there and smirks, how horribly arrogant he is when he accuses low-income Canadians of not paying their taxes?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, instead of personal attacks, we stay focused on Canadians. We stay focused on making sure that there are historic investments in transit to help low-income students get to school to be able to get a better job and a stronger future. We invest in families with a tax-free Canada Child Benefit every month that makes a huge difference in their lives in terms of groceries, in terms of back-to-school supplies, in terms of new shoes and boots. These are the things that are making a real difference in the lives of Canadians, and these are exactly the things that the Conservatives consistently vote against.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that low-income families don't benefit from tax credits because they don't pay taxes. That's completely false, and it just shows how out of touch with Canadians this Prime Minister is. Someone who earns $12,000 a year still pays taxes on gas, food, medicine, and so on. Can this millionaire Prime Minister, who inherited a family fortune, look all of those low-income people in the eyes and tell them that they don't pay taxes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how the Conservatives can look low-income families in the eye when they voted against the increased GIS for our seniors, when they voted against the CCB, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty across the country. They voted against our investments in affordable housing. They voted against our investment in pensions and our investments in students, our investments in Canadians who need it the most. At every step, these Conservatives voted against Canadians. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, what planet does this Prime Minister live on? Yesterday, he said that low-income families don't pay taxes. Hello, Earth to the Prime Minister. Lorraine, one of my constituents, works day and night just to make ends meet. She's low-income, and she pays taxes, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister come with me and tell Lorraine to her face that she doesn't pay taxes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for all single mothers across the country, we know that we have helped them. We've helped low-income and middle-income families with the Canada Child Benefit. It's making a real difference every month. It's a tax-free check that goes directly to helping ensure a better future for children. This is something that has helped thousands of countries across the country, millions of families, and the Conservatives voted against it. They have always opposed the Canada Child Benefit, and that's very unfortunate for families. Order. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier had asked the question, and he should listen to the answer. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yesterday in Outremont, there was a debate on the environment, and the Liberal candidate chose to hide. She didn't even show up for the debate. Well, it's not easy to defend a Prime Minister who breaks his promises. It's not easy to explain to people that your party's priority is to give billions of dollars in subsidies to your oil industry cronies. And it certainly isn't easy to defend the wasteful purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. If their candidate is hiding, is it maybe because the Liberals know that explanations like that just don't fly in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we understand that we need to invest to protect the environment. We need to invest to create economic growth and to help us continue to protect the environment. The NDP still thinks that there is a choice to be made between job creation and protecting the environment. But we know that the only way to build a strong economy and a more prosperous future for everyone is to ensure that we protect the environment. That's why we are taking action with a concrete plan that will create jobs and protect families while ensuring environmental protection. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, it's just unbelievable. I think if you open the dictionary and look up the word liberal, it's going to say saying one thing and doing the opposite. But people aren't stupid. They are not unaware of the Prime Minister's hypocrisy. There was a report published at the COP24 about countries' climate performance. And out of 60 countries, Canada was ranked 54th. 54th. That's so pathetic. How can the Prime Minister look our young people in the eye and say that he cares about the planet? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, under the Stephen Harper Conservative government, we lost a huge leadership role when it comes to the environment. For the last 3 years, we've been working hard to restore a plan and an approach that will protect the environment and create economic growth. Whereas the Conservatives continue to believe that we don't need to protect the environment. But we know that the only way to create a prosperous economy is by protecting the environment and creating good jobs for tomorrow. That's exactly what we're doing and what we will continue to do for Quebecers and for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Lois from my riding lost her job because the Liberals closed a federal office in Vegreville. Now she's making minimum wage, bagging groceries, and she's struggling like so many others. And you know what? She pays all kinds of taxes. But yesterday, the Prime Minister said, quote, low-income families do not benefit from tax breaks because they do not pay taxes. taxes. Well, he's wrong. And is this millionaire prime minister who's never had to worry about money because of his family fortune really going to look Lois in the eyes and tell her she doesn't pay any taxes?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, I wonder how the Conservatives actually talk to their constituents when they know that they voted against the Canada Child Benefit. They voted against the Canada Workers Benefit. They voted against increasing the amount of the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors. They voted against strengthening the Canada Pension Plan. They voted against infrastructure investments that make a huge difference in the lives of Canadians across the country. That is what they don't understand about how to build a strong economy. You invest in the middle class, you don't help the wealthiest like they always do.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Oh, that was a little rich, Mr. Speaker. 30-year-old Ashley lives with her parents in a rural part of my riding and has to drive almost 100 kilometers a day just to go to school or to work. Last year, she made under $19,000. Now, this Prime Minister says people like Ashley don't pay tax, yet her payroll taxes have gone up. She pays gas tax and GST, and she never got the so-called Liberal tax cut for the middle class. Every time she turns around, Ashley is paying more and more under this Liberal government. Will the rich...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, the Conservatives resort to personal attacks when they can't defend the fact that they consistently voted against all the initiatives that we've made to invest in the middle class and people working hard to join it. And, Mr. Speaker, our investments in families through the Canada Child Benefit, in workers through the Canada Workers Benefit, in our seniors through restoring the age of retirement to 65 from the 67 they had put it at, are all things that have helped people concretely and led to the kind of economic growth they never saw under 10 years of Stephen Harper.
Honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has demonstrated yet again just how out of touch he really is, stating that low-income Canadians don't pay taxes. Rhonda, whose income is below the poverty line, struggles to keep a roof over her head and pay her bills. Like thousands of low-income Canadians, she wants the Prime Minister to know that she pays payroll taxes, income taxes, GST, and every other kind of tax, and she can't afford more taxes. Will our Trust Fund Prime Minister continue to tell Rhonda and every other low-income Canadian that they do not pay taxes?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our focus from the very beginning has been investing in the middle class and people working hard to join in. That is exactly what we've done step by step by step. With the Canada Workers Benefit that helps low-income Canadians stay in the workforce, and indeed, if they do want to go back to school, we've made sure that employment insurance actually continues to cover them while they go to school. That is something the Conservatives never did. We know because the Conservatives continue to insist that tax benefits and advantages to the wealthiest 1% is the way to grow the economy. 3 years of Canadian...
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
As the Prime Minister has often said, no relationship is more important than that between Indigenous peoples and the government. That's why the government has engaged to work with a nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous partners and implement UNDRIP, as well as all of the 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The UN has named 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages. Can the Prime Minister explain to this House what the government is doing to support Indigenous languages? Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for his question and for his hard work for Indigenous languages in this House. For far too long, governments aimed to destroy Indigenous languages rather than support them. That's why we support our partners who want to revitalize and strengthen their language and culture. Yesterday in this House, we tabled the first bill on Indigenous languages, in which we recognize the right to use an Indigenous language and to create a commissioner to ensure that future governments respect that standard.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Anna May is a constituent of mine who works hard but is struggling to get by. She earns $15.50 at a fast food restaurant. Contrary to the Prime Minister's insulting assertion that low-income Canadians do not pay taxes, Anna May pays federal income tax, CPP, EI, the GST. So will our millionaire Prime Minister, with his vast family fortune, look Anna May in the eye and tell her that she doesn't pay taxes?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, we've seen over 800,000 jobs created in Canada and the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. And that happened because, unlike the Conservatives who had an approach for 10 years to support and invest in the wealthiest 1%, we made investments in the middle class and those working hard to join it. And those investments are leading to the kinds of economic growth that are giving more opportunities for everyone. And the Conservatives continue to vote against tangible, concrete measures that make things better for people who are working hard to join the middle class, and they will continue to.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, our dairy farmers believed the Liberals' big promises, but our dairy farmers were betrayed. Once again, their interests were sacrificed when new trade agreements were signed. The Liberals have put our food sovereignty in danger. From dye-filtered milk to norms of reciprocity, they have shown over and over again their incompetence on dairy issues. On January 18th, the Prime Minister promised that he would ensure appropriate compensation as determined by dairy farmers and not by the government. So a simple question, will he keep his promise, and when will we see full compensation for our dairy farmers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the new NAFTA negotiations, we promised that we would protect the supply management system, and that is exactly what we did. We announced 3 working groups to be formed with representatives from the supply management sector, and 2 groups helping dairy farmers and processors adjust to the new NAFTA, adjust to the new TPP, and continue to innovate in dairy. So yes, we will help dairy workers, and we will always help farmers across the country.
Edmonton Song.
Mr. Speaker, our government came to office with a commitment to invest in infrastructure across Canada, including my home province of Alberta and my hometown of Edmonton. Since taking office, we've been doing just that. After a decade of inaction from the Harper government, we've been making the much-needed investments in transit, recreational infrastructure, water systems, cultural spaces, and more that Edmontonians deserve. Can the Prime Minister please update this House on investments our government has made to support Alberta's communities and those infrastructure investments in the city of Edmonton?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Senator, for his hard work and for his question. We have indeed made historic investments in Edmonton's infrastructure, which includes reducing traffic with investments in the Yellowhead Trail and the 50th Street overpass, investments in the Fort Edmonton Park expansion, investments in the Jerry Forbes Centre, investments in public transit, and investments right across the city, like we're making right across the country. Conservatives want to cut infrastructure investments in Alberta. We will continue to invest in communities.
The honourable members for Barrie, Springwater, or Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is this is personal. I didn't realize that the Prime Minister and I had so much in common. We both grew up in taxpayer-funded housing, him in 24 Sussex, me in the projects in Barrie. But the Prime Minister said low-income Canadians don't pay tax. He does not understand who pays for his nannies, pays for his planes, and pays for his houses. It's all paid for by servers like Andrea in Barrie. When will this trust fund Prime Minister look Andrea in the eyes and tell her she doesn't pay taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, nobody chooses where they're born, but we make choices about what we choose to do in life. And, Mr. Speaker, the choice that the Conservatives have consistently made to stand against investments in public housing and affordable housing, to stand against investments in a Canada Child Benefit that's helping 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. The choice that Conservatives continue to make against increasing benefits for our most vulnerable single seniors. The choices the Conservatives make consistently to help the wealthiest 1% instead of Canadians who need the help.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 1st, this place happily passed its second reading, Bill S-203. It started in the Senate with Liberal Senator Wilfred Moore, and then it went to Senator Murray Sinclair. It is now before... Well, it isn't yet before the Committee on Fisheries. We need it to be there. We need, in this place, to let Canadians know before the next election that we will not tolerate the keeping of whales and dolphins, sentient beings, in conditions that amount to torture. Does the Prime Minister stand with us? Can we get this passed before the next election?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank the member of Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing this issue forward in the House. We agree that the capture of whales and dolphins for the sole purpose of being kept for public display should be ended. While the banning of whale captivity is not yet legislation, in practice it's been in place for years now. We put forward legislation that includes putting an end to the captivity of whales unless it's for rehabilitation. We supported S-203 at second reading and look forward to the work that the committee is going to do on it.
This will conclude question period for today.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable on a point of order. Thank Mr. Speaker. Here in this House, I said very hurtful things to the Minister of National Revenue, and I would sincerely apologize. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to offer my apologies to the Minister before question period. I should never have such things in this House. They do not reflect my thoughts on the right to express oneself in the language of one's choice. I think that this is something we should be proud of, this ability to speak in either official language. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable for the graciousness of his words. Another point of order? Mr. Speaker, I'd simply like to say that I accept my colleagues' apologies with great pleasure and on behalf of all communities, the Francophones of Quebec and all Francophone communities across Canada.
Order. The Honourable... Just a second. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, I was first elected on June 2nd, 1997, and today, nearly 22 years later, I'm informing the House that February 10th, 2019 will be my last day as Member of Parliament for Kings Hants. So, Mr. Speaker, welcome to my Unplugged tour. For 22 years, I've worked hard and fought hard for the people of Kings Hants, Nova Scotia, and Atlantic Canada, and it's been a wonderful honor. In December, during our final days in Centre Block, I reflected on what the House of Commons means to me and on the debates and decisions that have shaped the Canada I love. The House of Commons has not just been a place that has shaped my career, it has shaped my life. When I was first elected in 1997, a family like mine would not have been legally recognized in Canada. I feel privileged to have helped contribute in some small ways to this progress as a parliamentarian, but also to have benefited from it as a citizen. And that's one of the many reasons that today, as I leave public life, my belief in government, in Parliament, indeed in politics as a force for good is stronger than ever. stop doing that, I may want to stay. In this age of cynicism, when the doubters tell us the government doesn't matter, I experience the living proof of government as a force of good every day in the sheer existence of my family. Government matters, politics matters, and members of Parliament matter. I've been elected 7 times for 2 parties, and I've served under 9 leaders. I've been a member of caucuses as small as 12 and as large as 184. I've served in a 5th-place party and in minority and majority governments. And I'm deeply grateful to the Right Honourable Paul Martin and the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Papineau, for giving me the opportunities to serve in their cabinets. I'm proud of what our Prime Minister and what our government have accomplished for and with Canadians, and I loved being part of his team. Yes, I've enjoyed my time on the front benches, but let me tell you all, there is no such thing as a bad seat in the House of Commons. A member of Parliament doesn't need to serve in a cabinet to make their mark in history or to help build a better Canada. Don't ever take for granted the honour of being entrusted by Canadians to forge the future of this country in this place, to improve the lives of people and to make a difference. Never take for granted the honour of serving our constituents. And when you and your constituency teams help people, it changes lives. I'd like to read from you an article from the Enfield Weekly Press from my riding, dated May 11th, 2005. The headline is, Mrs. Gorman to get pension. The article goes further. A 90-year-old Gormanville woman couldn't have asked for a better Mother's Day gift. Elmira Gorman of Gormanville, who still lives in her own home, is in line for about $27,000 in back benefits from the CPP. Mrs. Gorman didn't realize she was entitled to the payments and did not initially apply to receive them. Government policy dictated she was only entitled to receive back payments for up to 11 months. But apparently that changed after a review of Mrs. Gorman's case. Mr. Speaker, that's the end of the article, but it's not the full story. My team, my constituency office, worked with me and we fought hard for Mrs. Gorman. It wasn't easy to get her retroactive payment, but we found a way. And my constituency team's work helped this elderly lady of modest income who had raised a large family in rural Hants County get the money she deserved. And that enabled her to build an accessible bathroom in her house so she could continue to live at home. It changed her life. And here in Parliament, the work we do in the chamber, in caucus rooms, in committee rooms, our work as parliamentarians is very important. Being a member of Parliament is a fantastic platform to take on issues, to study, to learn, to build and defend ideas, to change people's minds, and sometimes allow them to change our minds. I spent 16 years of my career in opposition. And I found those years, too, as a private member, to be so fulfilling in so many ways. And I wish the members opposite many more years to enjoy that. But you can make a positive difference in the lives of Canadians from any seat in the House of Commons. Just ask our friend, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester, who has served his people, Atlantic Canadians and the people of Canada, exceptionally well in a remarkable and accomplished career as a great Member of Parliament. Thank you. Now, in terms of partisanship, I have a unique perspective. I've served in 2 parties, and I have great respect and affection for members of all parties. There are good people in every party, and while we have ideological differences, we all come here to serve, driven by the same desire to build a better Canada. And while none of us are perfect, every MP in this House must have something going for them. They must have some goodness in them. After all, they were able to earn the trust of their fellow citizens to become elected to this place. And when you demonstrate respect for each other in this place, you're demonstrating respect for the citizens who chose us as their members of Parliament. And the opposite is true as well. Now, in the spirit of nonpartisanship, I'd be remiss not to recognize Canada's first openly gay member of Parliament, Sven Robinson. Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, who's with us today. His courage in 1988 made it easier for me, coming later, to live my life openly and honestly, and to become Canada's first openly gay cabinet minister in 2004. Now, as you embark on your lives in this new chamber, I embark on a new chapter in my life. I feel grateful, and I want to thank some people. For starters, I want to thank my family, including my 95-year-old father, Clifford Bryson, who's watching this from home. I understand they put new batteries in his hearing aids. And Dad used to hand out campaign flyers at the front door of Sobeys for me. I want to thank the people of King's Hants who've stuck with me through thick and thin, 7 elections, 22 years. They were there for me when I came out in December 2002. They stood by me when I came out again in December 2003, this time as a Liberal. They had my back during some of the big debates, including when I was part of a cabinet that legalized same-sex marriage in 2005. They celebrated with Max and me when we married at our home in Cheveree in 2007. And I want to thank the people of King's Hants for the love and respect you've afforded not just to me, but to my family, Max, Claire, and Rose. I want to thank all the volunteers who've made the calls, who've knocked on the doors, who put up the signs. And I want to invite all of you to our last big barbecue at home in Cheveree this summer. It'll be our 23rd annual King's Hants barbecue. I forgot to tell Max. And once again, you'll be able to enjoy me belting out one last time Conway Twitty's "Hello, darling." I want to thank my constituency staff over the years, including the late, great Audrey Ann Murphy, and Pat Taylor and Tanya Moore, and more recently Evan Farron. You have helped improve the lives of thousands of your fellow citizens. I want to thank my friend of 40 years, longtime staff member and organizer of all my campaigns, Dale Palmer, 22 years. You see, Mr. Speaker, I really should be wearing glasses today, but vanity comes with the game. But Dale Palmer has given me very direct advice for 22 years. I'm sure in my next chapter he'll continue to do so. Tisha Ashton, who's with me here today, who's been for 17 years. She has provided me with usually flawless policy. Edward Rawlinson, 13 years, and Adele Desjardins, who's worked with me for 22 years. Now, Adele started her House of Commons career over 50 years ago in 1968, working for the Right Honourable Robert Stanfield, and she served for many years the Right Honourable Joe Clark. And I'm the only one she served who's not a right honourable. I tried, but it didn't work. Merci beaucoup, Adele.
Thank you very much, Adele.
want to thank my minister's office team, some of whom are here today. These are wonderful, exceptional, loyal people who are smart and decent, and most recently helped me execute this final chapter of my political life, codenamed internally Brexit. And I want to thank the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra, who is not only an excellent member of Parliament, she has been and is a terrific parliamentary secretary to the President of the Treasury. I want to thank our world-class public servants, from the wonderful officials in my departments, to the House of Common Security, to the staff of the parliamentary restaurant, including, of course, Marguerite, and, of course, our parliamentary pages. You've all taken such good care of me and of all of us.
I'd like to specifically thank the interpreters in the House of Commons. I know that from time to time, it wasn't quite, well, all that easy to follow my French. Now, I know that I was one of the biggest challenges to them in their careers. In fact, one of the best gifts I ever received as a member of Parliament was the opportunity to perfect my French.
Lighten up, folks. That was a laugh line. This is a tough crowd. For goodness sakes, if you can do, just in my absence, can you bring a sense of humor back to this place? Reverse the full humorectomy that has fallen on the House of Commons. Colleagues, in closing, there are 3 reasons I'm moving on. First, after 22 years as an MP, I'm proud of what I've helped to accomplish, and I'm leaving under my own steam. Second, I'm ready for a change. At 51, I've got the runway to take on new. I know I look a lot younger, but at 51, I've the runway to take on new challenges in a new career and the energy to pursue exciting opportunities. But third and most important is my family. For me, there are 3 miracles in the gallery today: Maxime, Rose, and Claire. Now, some people become parents easily, some even accidentally. For Max and me, our journey to parenthood was neither easy nor accidental. I've been so blessed in so many ways to have this lovely family. The most important roles or titles I'll ever have are being husband to Max and daddy to Rose and Claire. And long after I've left public life, I will be bringing my children back here to remind them that Parliament matters. This is where brave lawmakers, nation builders, members of Parliament, and senators helped build and will continue to build a Canada that is one of the truly rare places in the world where a family like ours is possible. Mr. Speaker, there's a tradition in rural Nova Scotia in churches, and I've gone to a lot of funerals over the years, but one of the things that out there's a reading, and it ends with "Miss me, but let me go." So, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and miss me, but let me go.
No
Order. Order. The Honorable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by simply saying the member for Kings Hants is rude. He has frequently criticized my speeches in Parliament and elsewhere as long, very, very long. He calls them, and I quote, the Regina monologues. Well, today he'll just have to sit and listen. The member for Kings Hants is a centennial baby, born in 1967. So he missed this country's entire first century. But I think we all might agree that he's rather made up for all of that in the following 51 years. Finance, the economy, and business have always been of great interest to him. He got his education in these fields at Dalhousie University. He was already an entrepreneur during those university years. He rented small refrigerators to his fellow students. To their parents, he distributed brochures showing those little fridges stuffed with vegetables. To the students, he showed the brochures with fridges stuffed with beer. He liked to think of himself in those days as a fridge magnate, which maybe was a precursor to his later careers. After university, he joined an equity firm, invested in a paint company, and moved to New York City. And it was there that he was discovered by Jean Charest, who persuaded him to return to Nova Scotia to contest the 1997 federal election in the constituency of Kings Hants as a progressive conservative. He was 30 years old at that time, and the Progressive Conservative Party, I remember it well because I was there, had 2 seats in the House of Commons. His political adventure had begun, and obviously he was an optimist. Over the intervening 2 decades, the member for Kings Hants has been a backbencher, a frontbencher, in government, in opposition, a committee chair, a parliamentary secretary, an official critic, a minister twice, and he's been elected, resigned, re-elected, and crossed the floor. That diverse experience shows at least 3 things. First of all, he can't keep a steady job. Secondly, he has broad experience in, and I think from what we've seen today, the deepest respect for the institutions of parliamentary democracy. And thirdly, to continually win and retain the loyalty of his voters, no matter what partisan hat he might be wearing at any given time, over all of those elections, it's obviously that he has never forgotten for a second where he came from and where his roots are. Indeed, the people of Cheverie and Nova Scotia are probably the most frequently referenced demographic group in caucus and around the cabinet table, because he makes sure they are always mentioned. He ran for the leadership of the Progressive Conservative Party, and after reinventing himself, he also ran for the leadership of the Liberal Party. He was quite a kingmaker. After dropping out of the PC race, he then backed Jim Prentice, thus cementing a victory for Peter MacKay. And after dropping out of the Liberal race, he backed first Bob Rae and then Michael Ignatieff, cementing a victory for Stéphane Dion. No, Mr. Speaker, he didn't win the leadership, but he has, again today and throughout his career, proved himself to be a smart, funny, principled, decent, devoted trailblazer with friends across both sides of the House. The member for Kings Hants embodies and helped drive some of the biggest social changes our country has ever seen, becoming Canada's first openly gay cabinet minister. And Mr. Speaker, that mattered, not just because of the benefits that we know diversity brings to every organization and society that embraces it, but because it mattered for a generation of LGBTQ2 people to see themselves in those holding some of the highest offices in the land. Representation matters. Democracy matters. And there could have been no better role model. On many other fronts, in opposition, he worked human rights protections into free trade and negotiations, even though he wasn't in government at the time, but sat in the opposition. In government, he got the estimates process changed to help MPs follow the money in government spending. He championed regulatory reform to augment Canadian competitiveness. He concluded 17 collective bargaining agreements with public servants, and he has led the drive toward digital government in the modern economy in Canada. The member for Kings Hants has been blessed with excellent staff, and he mentioned that himself a few moments ago, throughout his parliamentary career. And today, for all of us who serve in this place in whatever capacity, I am sure we would want to take the opportunity with him to recognize those devoted people who work with us. And those on many sides of the House have had the opportunity to work with Tisha and Dale and Edward and Adele and the others that he mentioned. How they endured all of those years. How they put up with all of that aggravation is hard to believe. And we also want to thank Max and Claire and Rose for sharing a spouse and a father with all of Canada. And you could tell, whether you were on that side of the House or this side of the House or outside of Parliament just watching this man, you could tell the moment that those people, Max and then Claire and Rose, came into the life of the member for Kings Hants. Something fundamental changed. The member for Kings Hants has done more than most in our chamber for diversity and inclusion, for accommodation and respect, for young people and role modeling, for making Canada a more fair and decent and wonderful country, where more and more people, whatever their color or creed, whatever their gender or orientation, whatever their ethnicity or heritage, whatever their abilities or exceptionalities, where more and more people of all kinds can be and are equal first-class Canadians. All of us together living in a country that is the finest example of pluralism that the world has ever known. This is the cause to which the member for Kings Hants has devoted his parliamentary life. And together, we say thank you and Godspeed.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sit where I can see you, Scott. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the indulgence in using the proper name as well. On behalf of the official opposition, I want to extend my best wishes to the member from Kings Hants as he leaves public life. And in truth, I could go on for a while, but I am mindful of the time. As many of you know, as was mentioned today, the honourable member is father to two beautiful girls, Claire and Rose. And although I understand they're very good readers right now, when they are old enough to read Hansard, this is what I want them to know about their father. I wish it was funnier. I'm sorry. First, Claire and Rose, your dad loved his country, his region, his province, and his constituency. He represented his constituents so well that for 22 years they trusted him to be their voice. They supported him through 2 parties, 2 leadership bids, countless lessons in French immersion, I'm sure. But he couldn't do this alone. He was loved and supported by his husband, Max St. Pierre, as you know, as Papa, and as Claire and Rose know, an incredibly supportive person in Scott's life. Second, Claire and Rose should know this. Their dad was a great parliamentarian. Indeed, their dad was built to serve. Now, it has been reported on good authority that at 12 years of age in elementary school, he gave a speech to the local 4-H club that quoted, as inspirational talks invariably do, the likes of Mark Twain and Will Rogers. And this is what he said: "Iron rusts from disuse, stagnant water loses its purity, and inaction saps the vigor of the mind." He's 12, by the way. To be successful, one must be ready for hard work, must have integrity, and must have a good attitude. If you have the will to win, you've achieved half your success. If you don't have the will to win, you've achieved half your future. Failure. I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the point of order. I'm sure we'll fix that in the blues. We'll fix that in the blues. And indeed, in this place, Mr. Speaker, the member was successful because he was ready for hard work. He had integrity and had a very good attitude, which well displayed through his frequent interjections at question period, and indeed, cute little asides in the halls as we passed one another. And indeed, saying that he was ready for hard work, integrity, and good attitude is great advice for anyone who's entering public life. Third, Claire and Rose should know that their dad was proud to be a politician. The member from King's Hants delivered a tribute to our former colleague, another great politician, Jim Flaherty, and he quoted a portion of a speech from Theodore Roosevelt, and he said, "The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who knows at the best, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." And on that morning, when we honored Jim Flaherty, those were words that many of us took to heart and were grateful for. But when asked why he used this quote, the member from King's Hants said it's because it embodied a respect for those who roll up their sleeves and enter public service with the best intentions and public interests. And he said, if you're going to enter public life and give it your all, you're going to be in the arena described by Roosevelt. I mean, you could say that in the arena doesn't necessarily apply to every politician. There may be people who get elected and who don't necessarily push as hard or go as far as they could, who get comfortable. And I'm sure many of us would agree, Mr. Speaker, that the member from King's Hants was not one of those persons. And at the end of the day, when he talked about the role and the responsibility of being a politician, he put it very clearly and very frankly. And he said, we spend far too much time in politics debasing that which we do and who we are. It annoys me the degree to which some politicians go to say, I'm not a politician. I am a politician. That's what I do. And anyone who puts their name on a ballot becomes a politician, and it should be something we ourselves honor and we encourage others to honor. Finally, Claire and Rose should know that leaving this place isn't easy, and he made the conscious decision to be more present in their lives. As he said, 120% for almost 22 years, working evenings and weekends, putting my job first. Now, I will miss the wit and the humor of the member from King's Hants, but I respect and admire, maybe a little bit envious, of his decision to be with his family, and I wish him very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He didn't seem to like the part about his face being marred, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't meant as a direct statement. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my party to join the member from Milton, and I'm sure all members of this House of Commons, to thank the member for Kings Hants for his 22 years of service. Service to his constituents in Kings Hants, service to the people of Nova Scotia, service to this House, and service to Canada. The member for Kings Hants indeed does have a distinguished record, but for me and many other Canadians, it's not least for being an out gay MP, and then being elected 5 times after coming out, a record he shares with Sven Robinson. The member for Kings Hants was only the 4th gay MP to come out, after 2 New Democrats and 1 Bloc member, but he still managed to set 2 records. He was the first Conservative to come out, albeit a progressive Conservative, and then a year later he was the first Liberal to come out. So out of the first 4 members of Parliament in the parties, he shares 2 of those records. And I'm sure in the last 2 days we could make room for him over here. The member is always quite modest about the importance of him being an out gay MP. He made reference today to what is most important, and that is to inspiring members of the LGBTQ2 community always to aim higher and to know that everything is possible in Canada. He's also helped remove barriers for all of those who will follow him. I once had a moment when I dreamt of being in cabinet, and I'm now starting to dream that dream again. But no matter where you are in Canadian life, when you see others like you, whether you're a woman, whether you're a member of the LGBT community, whether you're a visible minority, whether you're disabled, whenever you see someone from your community succeeding, it does let you know that it's also possible for you to achieve your dreams. So thank you to the member for Kings Hants for that. Now, in 2004, the member for Kings Hants set another record by being the first out gay cabinet minister. But at the time, I think there was more comment on the fact that he was the youngest cabinet minister at that time. And I think that's why it seems like this is an early retirement, even though he's been elected 7 times. For all that he is modest about his achievements, he's been part of a government that has made significant strides in improving the lives of LGBTQ Canadians. And so for all that progress that's been made, I know he's been in there pushing the gay agenda, and I want to give him credit for all the progress. Now, for all that remains to be done, I blame his colleagues, and we'll hold them responsible for that at the next election. But I know it's that being at the table that's so important, and I thank the member for Kings Hants for playing that role. Now, I'm not going to go on nearly as long as he did, and I'm not nearly as funny as he is, but I think that all who worked with him know that the member for Kings Hants represents all that is best of collegiality in this House. And secondly, all who have watched him here in this House will have often seen that glint of humor, even in the most serious statements, but they've never seen a shadow of malice from this member, and I thank him for that. So while we in this House are sorry and sad to see the member for Kings Hants go, I know that his husband, and let me say that again because I love to say that in the House of Commons, his husband and his daughters will be glad to have him back full time. So we all wish you well in whatever career that you choose to adopt, providing it's outside politics. So thank you once again to the member of Kings Hants for all he's done here. Thank you for being a friend in this House, and we're very sad to see you go.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to recognize the member for Kings Hants, who will be leaving at the end of his term after 22 years of public service. For 22 years, the member has been effectively dealing with the concerns of his constituents and also the citizens of his province of Nova Scotia, perhaps even a little bit too much. He was a minister several times and also president of the Treasury Board and has held a number of important positions. He'll be leaving a big hole in the public service, particularly after this term. I want to point out that his path was a little bit atypical. He was a man who followed his principles, even when his values were questioned. When people go to vote, they want to know that the people they're voting for will stand up for them when it really matters. And the member for Kings Hants is very clearly one of those people.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci. C'est un grand...
Thank you, and it's a great honor for me to speak this afternoon and to pay tribute to my friend, my colleague, the member for Kings Hants. We've been friends for a long time.
I remember as Executive Director of Sierra Club of Canada going to meet with the Tory caucus to talk about Kyoto. The Progressive Conservative caucus, the wonderful Right Honourable Joe Clark, the environment critic of the day, John Herron, and our friend from Kings Hants never suggested for one moment there was any question about the science of climate change. We had a respectful hearing and a good conversation, as was always the case. So I was perhaps not surprised that he left the Progressive Conservative caucus. I, of course, had hoped that he would become leader of the Green Party, so I wouldn't have to. But unfortunately, as it turned out, he went to the Liberals, and as we know, it is a storied history of 22 years. And thanks to the wonderful speeches we've already heard from the Minister of Public Safety, our friend from Milton, and I'm sure the member for Kings Hants is thinking, yeah, it would take two girls from Cape Breton to give him a proper sign-off to the member from the Valley. But, and also, of course, our friend from Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, also a great champion of LGBTQ rights, and our député de Beaulieu. Nous sommes ensemble ici.
And the member for Beaulieu. We're here today because the member for Kings Hants is leaving, and he's honorable, respected, and loved by everyone from all parties in this place.
Sorry to see him go, and we have talked of his great contributions in terms of public policy, but if you'll excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I used to sit rather close to the member for Kings Hants in the 41st Parliament. My seat hasn't moved. I take his point that there are no bad seats in the House of Commons, and I should know. But I do remember his repartee. I disapprove strongly, as you know, Mr. Speaker, of heckling. But there was a style and a grace and a panache to the approach of the member for Kings Hants that I would never regret. So if you will, Mr. Speaker, from memory, something of the K-Tel greatest hits of the member from Kings Hants from memory. As far as I can remember, he was the first member to begin something which is now routine, which is when you get a lobbing of a softball question from your own backbenches and you're a minister. The questions are generally the order of, the minister is certainly magnificent today. Can the minister tell us how much more magnificent he might be by tomorrow? But as those questions were lobbed, the member for Kings Hants would invariably say, "Watch out, it's a trick question." And then he would follow up with the inevitable, "Don't forget to thank the member and all his or her hard work back in the riding." But my favorite, and usually in a repartee with our friend, the member for Carleton, when he was a minister, and the member for Kings Hants was in opposition, would be, "Our child care policies here on the Conservative benches draw on the expertise of Mom and Dad." To which the member for Kings Hants would say, "What about Dad and Dad?" Well, we're going to miss him around here, not least for the fact that there's nobody who can stand on his or her feet and make it sound like a comedy routine to say, "Yes, Mr. Speaker, the bill is in its proper form." How the heck that was funny, I will never know. But to the member for Kings Hands, please come to my wedding and tell me when the picnic's going to be in Chevery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank order. I thank all those who have spoken. And if the House will indulge me, I have known the honourable member for Kings Hants well over the past about 19 years now. I met him, I think, before that, but not very much. But, you know, I've always appreciated his sense of humor and his friendship. But when I think of his sense of humor, I even appreciated it when, on June 2nd each year, he would say to me, "Happy anniversary." You see, June 2nd, 1997, was the commencement of his parliamentary career and the commencement of what I like to call my involuntary sabbatical. I've always appreciated and admired his eloquence, although today, in his eloquence, I appreciate his generosity too, and he certainly had a generous interpretation of 10 minutes. He has been my neighboring riding, so my riding is Halifax West, of course, his is Kings Hants, but I'm actually a native of his riding, as we were both born, of course, quite a few years apart. Was I before or after? No, of course I was before. At the Pezant Memorial Hospital in Windsor. And when we were both members of the Paul Martin cabinet, we, along with Anne McClellan, all three of us were natives of Hants County, Nova Scotia, in the cabinet at the same time, which we thought was rather remarkable. We all thought we were remarkable, of course, but not everyone else did. I admire his courage. Many have spoken of that as one of the first openly gay members of Parliament. And I guess I better not get into the question of crossing the floor and all that. That might involve partisanship. But we have been great friends and great colleagues, and I appreciated his service to the people of Nova Scotia, his great love for Nova Scotia. And I want to wish him and Max and Rose and Claire all the best. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committee. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I do, I would just like to wish the member a very good retirement. And as a member that has served here for 19 years, we do appreciate his service. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 57th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Public Accounts of Canada 2018. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And Mr. Speaker, may I also say that I have the honour to present in both official languages the 58th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 2, Disposing of Governmental Surplus Goods and Equipment, of the 2018 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report as well. And, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious which committee is doing the most work in this Parliament. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 59th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 7, Compliance Activities Canada Revenue Agency of the 2018 fall reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government take a comprehensive response to this report. And, Mr. Speaker, while I'm here, may I say that as a committee, we were very saddened at the loss of our Auditor General of Canada, Mr. Ferguson. There will be other times where we will be giving a statement in the House, I am sure. But this was an Auditor General who worked with his Public Accounts Committee, who cared deeply about transparency and accountability. He was a public servant who was a servant in every aspect of the word. And certainly he helped make our Public Accounts Committee, I believe, one of the strongest Public Accounts Committee. And he will be very sadly missed. And so thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me just a little bit extra time.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot. I note that the Honourable Member for Brassard-Lambert, Saint-Lambert across the floor, was very enthusiastic in her endorsement of his statement about the important work that the Public Accounts Committee does. But I also would recognize his good words about the Auditor General, Michael Ferguson, and I know that all members share the grief of Canadians about his loss, and we echo the kind words about him that the Honourable Member had to say today. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Leach, seconded by Mr. Kmeech, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Child Fitness Tax Credit. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Like others here, the member from Kings Hands is someone I've known actually over 22 years. Had the good fortune of meeting him in 1995, and I wish him, Rose, Claire, and Max all Godspeed in their next great adventures. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today and introduce my private member's bill. As you know, I have announced my return to medicine when my present term ends this year. Improving the health of Canadian children is why I became a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. C'est pour cette raison que...
And this is why I have accepted the invitation of to bring back a bill for the tax credit for fitness.
1.8 million Canadian families with children were claiming the credit. Unfortunately, the present government campaigned on a promise to eliminate it. Le crédit d'impôt pour la condition physique des enfants.
The tax credit for children's fitness was eliminated in 2017.
6 children's fitness tax credit, with added benefits for parents who have children with disabilities. This is a simple bill. I hope it will find multi-party support. I welcome the opportunity to meet with members of Parliament who support healthy and active children. Thank you, merci. Have a great
Mrs. Leach, seconded by Mr. Kmiec, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. Quand ce projet de loi...
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, since the last government budget, people from Trois-Rivières want to make their voices heard more than ever. We want the passenger train restored. I have another petition which shows that there's not only consensus but unanimity on the part of all stakeholders in my region and all those who want this train. So on their behalf, I am tabling another group of petitions asking the government to act and asking them to do it in this term and not make it a promise for a term to come.
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Tu veux des libéraux, non?
Urging this government to recognize the brave Canadians who lost their lives defending our country at sea, yet have no gravestone on land where relatives or friends can visit and honor their memory. It is a great privilege to present the signatories' request that the government secure and protect the location of downed ships in our waters or international waters, and that it designate land monuments to commemorate the sacrifices of our fellow Canadians who have been lost at sea. I am also honored to rise to table a petition by residents of my riding from Purdue, Asquith, Biggar, Martensville, Saskatoon, Sunningdale, Springwater, and other surrounding communities, calling on the government to do more to protect rural Canadians. Rural crime is a very real concern for these petitioners, and they would like to see the government ensure that RCMP police service agreements mandate that the prevention of crime and the investigation of criminal activity be paramount in these agreements, and that Government of Canada always ensure that RCMP have the resources required to keep rural Canadians safe. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real honor to take this podium today to deliver a petition from over 6,160 Nova Scotians, many of them fishermen who depend on the Gulf of St. Lawrence for their livelihood. This petition calls on the government to conduct a full environmental assessment under the Environmental Assessment Agency regarding a proposal to pipe effluent from a craft pulp mill in Pictou into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, threatening tourism, fishing industries in Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Quebec. Thousands of fishermen are counting on the government to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Bow River, Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner, and Lethbridge. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste more taxpayer dollars studying a ban on guns, which are already banned.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I have a petition from residents in the Thames River Valley area who call on this government and the House of Commons to acknowledge that the Conservative government stripped environmental regulations covered under the Navigable Waters Act and left hundreds of rivers vulnerable, the Thames in particular. As a result, these petitioners are asking that the Liberal government fulfill its promise to reinstate environmental protections gutted in the original Act and commit to support my bill C-355 in order to protect the future of the Thames River by amending the Navigational Protection Act. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. The first one comes from 50 petitioners from my riding who are asking for the following, from the Government of Canada, the full disclosure of the costs associated with the implementation and imposition of the federal carbon tax, including the cost to the average Canadian family in that disclosure. And second of all, I have a petition signed by a few dozen of my constituents asking for the Government of Canada to launch a complete and thorough review of the B20 stress test imposed on mortgages. And earlier this week, the City of Calgary passed a unanimous motion asking for the same thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Is it agreed? Agreed? And so ordered.
Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable
Sorry, I just drew a blank.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time. Thank you.
Is it agreed? Agreed? And so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that in relation to Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for the government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Lametti, move that in relation to Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 67.1 du règlement,
pursuant to the standing order, there will now be a period of 30 minutes. I would ask honourable members who wish to put questions to stand so that the Speaker has some idea of the number of members who wish to take part in this debate.
Debate? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Canadians will remember when the government unveiled the speech from the throne in the fall of 2015, when the government made the commitment that all voices will be heard in terms of legislation brought before this House. Well, Madam Speaker, that has turned out to be a Liberal promise made and a Liberal promise broken, because this government has introduced time allocation again and again and again. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this government has introduced time allocation at least 50 times. This is, Madam Speaker, a massive bill, a 150-page bill. It makes comprehensive changes to the Divorce Act, and yet there's been very little time to debate this bill in the House. We had 1.5 days at second reading and an afternoon at third reading stage. Why is the government once again shutting down debate?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, our government wants to work cooperatively with all members of the House to advance through Parliament a bill that is 20 years overdue, quite frankly. 32 members of this House rose to speak on this bill or ask a question at second reading. 15 members from the Conservative Party, 7 members from the NDP, the member from the Green Party, 9 Liberal members. And, Madam Speaker, at second reading, at committee, 54 witnesses presented 53 briefs. At third stage reading, 5 Liberal members, 3 members of the Conservative Party, 3 members of the NDP, and the member from the Green Party all spoke. That's over 8 hours in this place, Madam Speaker, 13 hours of study at committee. This bill there's a great deal of consensus on this bill, Madam Speaker, from all parts of the House. We agree in the direction that this should go. And frankly, Madam Speaker, this bill will help families going through the pain of divorce, and especially children, and it's a priority to get it through.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity of sitting in committee when this bill was studied, and I was very impressed by the number of briefs we received. I was impressed by the hours and hours of preparation by witnesses who appeared, be it individuals, associations, of all those who've taken the time to come and discuss this bill. And it's a pity that members who didn't have this opportunity can't debate this. One of the reasons I got into politics was to fight for citizens. The conservative way of governing and now the liberal way of governing, which uses time allocation, I don't understand it. Given the respect we should have for all those citizens who have sent briefs, all those who wanted to take the time, wanted us to take the time to properly debate this bill.
So I don't understand why the government is limiting debate. I think that we do need to take the time to focus on this bill. It's an important one. There's a consensus, and it's our role as parliamentarians to debate matters, to take the time necessary to fully consider the recommendations made out of respect for all people who took the time to provide us with their views on the bill. And for that reason, we should have the respect as parliamentarians to do due diligence to this bill. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and she is right. There is a consensus among stakeholders and experts across the country that this is a very good bill and that we should move forward with it. I'd like to quote, for example, the Canadian Bar Association, Diane Hadaki, or the Quebec Bar, rather. Children are being placed at the heart of this issue, and this is a good modernization of the bill. The last reforms date back to 1997 in order to make it more reflective of the reality today. This was the objective sought, and it has been achieved according to the Quebec Bar. So, Madam Speaker, there is a consensus across the country. It's time to move forward with this bill.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Speaker, the minister, in response to the question put by the member for St. Albert Edmonton, mentioned that a number of members had spoken on this bill. Given the size and complexity of this bill, and I was present in the House for part of its debate, I would like through you, Madam Speaker, to ask the minister, does he really think that debate had become stale and needed to be terminated for the expedient passage of this bill? This is a complex bill that I know many members have had correspondence with their constituents. Is that really what he is saying, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, that is effectively what I'm saying. I appreciate the honourable member's question, but there is a large degree of consensus in this House and across Canada. The experts are weighing in, and the voices are fairly unanimous that this is an excellent piece of legislation. Lawrence Pinsky from the law firm of Taylor McCaffrey. Bill C-78 is clearly an advance in family law in Canada, and the government should be commended for bringing it forward. This should be a nonpartisan issue. The Nationalist West Coast Leaf, Elba Bendo, West Coast Leaf welcomes the important amendments proposed by Bill C-78. We are very glad that the intended purpose of the legislation to promote faster, better, and more effective solutions to family law disputes recognizes difficult reality that many people across the country are alone in navigating the legal system during what is one of the most difficult times of their lives. Madam Speaker, we need to move forward because this bill has widespread support.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Time allocation, as part of our parliamentary process, is supposed to be an exception. Now, if my calculations are right, we must be at, 56 time allocations used by the Liberal government? And I'm looking for the logic behind the one here today, unless they're simply trying to beat the record established by the previous Conservative government. I'm part of the broad consensus, and in fact, if there is a broad consensus to move forward with the bill, then how is it that the only way the Liberals have come up with to move the debate forward is to impose time allocation instead of holding discussions with other parties? It seems to me that this is simply showing once again their arrogance. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Clearly, we want to work with other parties in the House. It's what we've done. There have been many speeches made at each stage. It went to committee, the committee report, the National Association for Women and the Law, which fully supports the issue regarding presumption and the best interest of the child. The best interest of the child, Madam Speaker, is the reason why we are proceeding in this way with this bill. We must entrench the best interests of the child in the bill. It's what the bill will do, and that is the requirement that we're respecting.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and I certainly agree with the Honourable Minister that there's widespread support, but not unanimous support for this bill. My objection, and this is a time that we're not debating the bill, we're talking about the use of time allocation. And we are now using time allocation, the government is applying time allocation on bill after bill after bill. This practice used to be extremely rare. It was made common in the 41st Parliament when the Conservatives were in power. The Liberals in opposition decried its use because it does limit debates. It limits our opportunity to discuss take the bill through its proper and full review. And I lament it. I find it unacceptable. And I know that it probably comes down to a conversation to which I'm not privy between the House leaders to come to some agreement about speedy, efficient use of this House and allowing all members to participate in debate. I say to the Honourable Minister of Justice, in taking this bill, I think this is the first time he's been asked to press a bill through time allocation, that this must stop. We must find a better way in this place to allow full debate and not constantly be applying time allocation.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Honourable Member of the Green Party, as I always do. I appreciate their sincerity. In this case, Madam Speaker, and I share generally the concern for using time allocation. In this case, Madam Speaker, we have a very important piece of legislation that will greatly benefit Canadians, and in particular Canadian children, at a time in their lives which is particularly difficult. And there are a number of provisions in this Act which are 20 years overdue, Madam Speaker, and we need to get this piece of legislation through both houses. And so for that reason, and because there has been ample time thus far, we accepted a significant number of amendments, Madam Speaker, at committee stage in order to represent, I think, the good faith with which this bill was moving forward with the general acceptance on all sides of the House. So it's been a good collaborative project thus far, Madam Speaker, and we hope to get it across the finish line.
Questions and comments? You want to remember for Calgary Shepherd. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Finally caught your eye there. I just want to start by saying I want to congratulate the Minister of Justice on his appointment. I haven't had an opportunity yet to walk over to that side of the House to do that. They say a nation's treasures are its scholars. I know the member was a law professor at McGill. I'm a Concordia grad, so we always had this difference of opinion on what the best football team was. He's also clerked for Justice Peter Corey, and so I wanted to mention that I'm sure he will do a great deal for Canadians on that side of the House. You can use it as an endorsement, because I'm going to go into attacking you now on the rest of this. Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the reminder on the rules. Using a guillotine motion for the 56th time, the member for Trois-Rivières mentioned this, for the 56th time on a piece of legislation only 10% of members of this House have an opportunity to speak on. I was looking forward to participating in a fulsome debate on the details of the bill. As some members know, my parents went through a divorce, so I'm actually intimately familiar with their experience, how expensive it was. But it won't give an opportunity for us to listen to our constituents and bring back their concerns about how the divorce system works in Canada, to the detriment oftentimes of young Canadians who are facing parents who are choosing to separate and divorce. So why are we doing it in this manner when it is not necessary, Madam Speaker? I really think the Minister is doing a disservice by defending what is truly indefensible, which is, in this case, our constituents should have a say. And we know many families like this from our communities who have a personal experience they could bring to the table. There's a place for experts, which is at committees, but the place for constituents to be heard is here in the House.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his good wishes, and I've enjoyed our exchanges under past guises. I will do two things. First of all, I will readily admit that Concordia has a much better football team right now than McGill. McGill hasn't been good, frankly, Madam Speaker, since I was a law student, which was a long time ago. And secondly, I'd thank him for his reference to a person who's been a role model to me, the Honourable Justice Peter Corey. Justice Corey is a virtuous, upstanding person who has been a public servant in Canada and remains someone that I look up to. Madam Speaker, I would assure the honourable member that I feel comfortable advancing the bill in this manner. Canadians have had a great number of opportunities, not just in this parliamentary process, and they have reached out to their members, they have reached out to committee, they have participated with expertise as well as personal stories. But they've also had 20 years, Madam Speaker, in order to advance their opinions on how reform should happen. And so we're following largely the voices that we have heard over the last 20 years, and it is time to push this across the finish line, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm compelled to rise to defend the McGill-Redmond football team. And to avoid a Tory attack ad tomorrow saying that the minister denigrated McGill. But my question for the minister is, as the minister has stated, the committee heard from over 50 witnesses and made numerous amendments. Does the minister believe that the work of the committee enhanced the bill and allowed it to move forward now more rapidly as a result of the committee having brought forward the ideas of Canadians that came to it?
Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank the honourable member from Mount Royal for his intervention as well as his leadership on the committee. Madam Speaker, there were a number of important amendments that were brought out at the committee stage. One of them directly the result of the interventions of the honourable member from Mount Royal, introducing official language rights. And also an additional engagement that I made when I presented the bill at third reading. Also, amendments were brought forward protecting victims from family violence by explicitly providing that parties may apply to a court to waive or change relocation notice requirements. Amendments to ensure clarity and reinforce the best interest of the child, and to clarify factors not to be considered in the best interest of the child. So a great deal of good work, Madam Speaker, was done at the committee stage. And again, I, as Minister, am very comfortable moving forward with the legislation in this manner.
Comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is the first time I've got to rise with the Minister of Justice in his seat as the Minister. I'd like to congratulate him on his appointment. But I think it is disappointing that on this first bill, it's a time allocation motion that he appears before us. Now, I have to say, the member from Calgary Shepherd and other Conservatives have been mentioning 56 times the Liberals have used time allocation. Of course, that doesn't come anywhere near the 100 times that the Conservatives did in the last Parliament. So there's a little hypocrisy here. But what I really want to say is that despite the fact I'm a supporter of this bill, and I agree with the Minister that there's great progress being made, there's an importance to debate in this House that gets missed through time allocation. Sometimes, at second reading, other members who might want to speak, like myself, who represents both my constituents, some of whom have concerns, and who represents families which are quite diverse. Sometimes we have other responsibilities in committee or other things that we have to be doing, and we can't get here on that one day when there's a debate. And so it's very important, especially when we have a government House leader who has shortened the amount of notice we have of when things are going to be debated, that we have the debates so that all members can represent their constituents, represent all parts of Canada, and in this case, represent the diverse kinds of family in Canada. And in my case, I would like to have been able to speak so that I can reassure those constituents who have expressed opposition of the reasons why I am in support of this important reform. So I think in the rush to get things through, sometimes we miss the importance of that debate and the timing of those debates being important so that all parts of the House can be heard.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his good wishes as well as his comments, and his points are well taken. In an ideal world, Madam Speaker, we would be able to have debates which lasted forever, I suppose, in which every single member who wanted to speak at the time they wanted to speak would be able to speak. The practical reality is we have a bill that is very important, that does embody the kinds of diversity that the honourable member has fought for throughout his whole career. We're very comfortable with it substantively. We're very comfortable with the answers that he's going to be able to give his constituents and his interlocutors, whether they disagree or agree with him. And so we're comfortable on the substance that this is an important, positive bill moving forward, and we need to move it forward, Madam Speaker. I recall as a law student in the late 1980s studying the Divorce Act, recently reformed in 1985. And not a whole lot has been done since then, Madam Speaker, and so this is important moving forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I actually think this is a very important philosophical debate, particularly coming from the Minister of Justice. Anyone knows that justice is, in fact, about due process. So it's about the structure that we put in place for a trial, for a jury to be able to review things, and then also for a bill to come into law. So for him to use the arguments that it's been overly debated at committee, we got amendments, it's all of that, well, yes, that's the role of committee. That doesn't in any way detract from the purpose of the debate in the House. And then he uses the argument that it's 20 years coming. Well, yes, clearly then perhaps this legislation should have been brought earlier, but by no means does that support the argument for shortening the period of time that it is debated at each stage in this House of Commons. It undermines the very purpose of the House of Commons. If we don't need the time for an important bill in this House of Commons to be debated at each phase, then what in fact is the purpose of us being here? So while he's focusing on the areas of consensus, again, not the point of debate in the House of Commons, it's around those things that we don't agree on. So I'm wondering how this minister can justify shortening the very important process and time and very structure of the nature of debate on such an important legislative piece such as the Divorce Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. the intellectual coherence, if you will, around the bill, the intellectual importance, and the practical and ethical importance of the bill is about the best interests of the child and about the benefits that it will bring to families by protecting the best interests of the child, by protecting the ability, in many cases, of a spouse who often happens to be the female in a traditional relationship, to get access to resources on settlement. These kinds of measures have been long called for by experts in the field, and they justify moving forward as we're doing. It supports the ability to reduce poverty. It supports the ability to improve access to justice. Coupled with the move towards unified family courts in a number of different provinces, such as Alberta, this will help in a very tangible way families, children in particular, spouses, in passing through a period in their life which is very difficult.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I said, hope I could be understood without having the minister talk to me about the value of the bill, which is not the subject of the discussion today. At least it's not the subject of the discussion for these 30 minutes. We're having a debate about procedure, and I would like to hear him talk about the importance or the necessity of using time allocation for a bill that is the object of consensus, even though there are many other ways to find consensus among parties. Now, the work that was done in committee is one thing, but the work that needs to be done in the House of Commons is another thing. We are all elected to do that work. So, if you want to abridge that possibility of discussion in the House, we at least have to have a consensus among the parties, which doesn't seem to have been the case. So, why have time allocation rather than negotiate with the parliamentary leaders of each party? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would like to say again, Madam Speaker, that we've had ample time for debate in this House. First reading, second reading, a lot of work in committee. And so members have had opportunities to participate in the process, either here in the House or before committee. They've had ample time to speak to their constituents about it, ample time to read the opinions of experts. So it's a question of having the opportunity to participate in debates and in the making of the bill, and I think that we've arrived at the point where we need to move on.
The Honourable Member of Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it interesting, just entering into the conversation now, that the Honourable Minister stands up and talking about that there's been ample time to consult in constituents. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring up a constituent and somebody that I've been working tirelessly to advocate on behalf, and that's Shelley Beck, whose children, Liam and Mia Terabici, were kidnapped by their father, Shelley's ex-husband. And the Prime Minister refuses to intervene in this case. So, Madam Speaker, through you, how does the Honourable Minister, who's new in his file, rationalize the comments today in terms of speeding up a piece of legislation where he and his Prime Minister are failing to act to bring home Liam and Mia Terabici, which this bill actually touches on, as well as the other piece of legislation, C-75, that actually lessens the charge for abduction of children under 14, and again would fall to this. How does he rationalize his actions with this and then levying time allocation on this important piece of legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, one of the very important elements of this bill is to help families in situations where there is family violence, and particularly to help protect the children and to help the spouse the partner who is the married partner who is perhaps the victim of that family violence. So there are important measures contained in this bill to help move that situation forward progressively and protectively, if you will, Madam Speaker. And of course, that's a primordial interest and one of the reasons why this bill is of such importance.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Oh, that's right, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. My question, through you, of course, to the Minister, is he just said that members have had ample time to discuss and debate this bill. Now, that may be sufficient for a former law professor, but ordinary lay people need to properly understand the content of this very complex bill. So how can he claim that we've had enough time, ample time is the word he used, how can he claim that? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Once again, we have had almost 8 hours of debate in this House. There's been work in committee. There have been appearances before the committee. And there has been a process where members have had the opportunity, as I said, to speak to their constituents. So in our opinion, in the government's opinion, people have had enough opportunity to understand the details of the bill. As I have said, there is a fairly wide consensus about this bill. That was clear during the debates that occurred in this House. And so we feel comfortable moving forward with it.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask the Minister a substantive question on the bill itself. One of the things that this bill does is it codifies the factors relating to the best interests of the child that courts have regularly recognized over the last number of years. However, one factor that is missing is the recognition of the benefit to children of shared parenting. That is not to say that shared parenting is desirable in all circumstances. It clearly is not. But more often than not, it is. At committee, there were a number of witnesses who brought forward compelling evidence to demonstrate that in fact is the case. Moreover, the last time Parliament comprehensively reviewed the issue of custody and access with respect to the Special Joint Committee of 1998, that was one of their recommendations, to codify the factors which this government did, but to include in those factors the benefit of a shared parenting relationship.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for his substantive question, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this bill places the best interests of the child first, and one of the criteria is maximal contact time with each parent. So this was felt to be a better criterion than an equal parenting presumption, which has been tried and failed in a number of different other jurisdictions. And the best evidence from experts was that we have chosen the better way to go forward.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Malahat Langford, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Veterans Affairs.
And the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Intergovernmental Affairs.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Madame Chagger, appuyée par
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favor of the motion, please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relation to Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day. Shall I dispense? I should never ask. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mrs. Philpott. Monsieur Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Easter. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mrs. Lockhart. Monsieur Lausanne, entrée de la petite nation. Monsieur Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. McKenna. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Kusner. Ms. Murray. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Serry. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres. Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Serres. Mr. Chiefclay. Ms. Groh. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Ananda Sangari. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Massé-Avignon-Lamétis, Matane-Matapédia. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Verani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Poisson. Mr. De Courcy. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Hébert. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Mr. Sims. Ms. Retenzi. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Amos. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayliss. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Breton. Mrs. Cesar-Chavannes. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. DeMoff. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerwitz. Mr. Essassi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Eyolfson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser-West Nova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Monsieur Wallet. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spangaman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbelt. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Ms. Yep. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rota.
Please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, is it Chemin-Lévis?
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, is it Chemin-Lévis?
Mrs. McLeod-Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod-Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Back to Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mrs. Gallen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Bay Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Ms. May Sanishkar-Farland.
Ms. May Sanishkar-Farland.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
For Calgary Skyview is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I stood up to vote in favor, but I got overlooked, so I'm voting in yes. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. The omission has been corrected. The honourable member for Brampton East.
Vote to in favor. Oh. We're still not getting back yet.
The honourable member for Brampton East has asked for unanimous consent to change his vote to in favor. Is there unanimous? No, there's no unanimous consent.
Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 106, 106.
Motion adopted. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Members are thrilled, I see. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act and other related acts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice has 8 minutes remaining in his speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. No? I'm sorry. The other member has 20 minutes. Excuse me. We've gotten a clarification on that. So 8 plus 12, apparently.
15? You got 15 minutes. Are you splitting? No, don't split your time. If you don't need to, just take Kevin. Yes, I want to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Mount Royal. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak on Bill C-78. I will use most of my time to address the important amendments the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights have made to this important bill. I was proud to work with the committee to bring forward these changes that reflect witness testimony and will significantly improve access to the Canadian family justice system. Mr. Speaker, changes to federal family laws are long overdue. The changes we are bringing forward are substantial. They will better address the challenging issues that families may face, such as family violence and disputes over relocation. They will improve access to the Canadian family justice system. Bill C-78 already went a long way toward achieving these goals, and the work of the Justice Committee took the bill even further. I'm fortunate to represent a riding like Parkdale High Park in this chamber, where the constituents are informed and engaged, and I'm privileged to bring their concerns to this chamber every day. Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Parkdale High Park have spoken to me repeatedly about the importance of reconciling the need for a strong and fair justice system with our desire to be compassionate and understanding towards the plight of single parents and vulnerable children. This bill is precisely that middle ground. Monsieur le Président, je tiens à remercier
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the many witnesses who shared their views on this bill in person or written briefs. The committee carefully reviewed the views of the public and family justice system professionals in response to Bill C-78. Committee members gathered important information from over 50 witnesses who provided recommendations on the bill. The committee also received over 50 briefs representing a wide range of views and perspectives. We carefully considered the recommendations received, and several led to important amendments to Bill C-78.
Mr. Speaker, relocation, particularly moving with a child after separation or divorce, is one of the most highly litigated areas of family law, and there's next to no guidance on this issue in the current Divorce Act. Bill C-78 would introduce a relocation framework to ensure children come first and to encourage out-of-court dispute resolution. Some witnesses brought forward suggestions to improve access to justice in relocation, particularly relevant for northern or remote communities and unrepresented litigants. L'Association du Barreau Canadien
The Canadian Bar Association and the Family Law Association of Nunavut judiciously proposed a simplified formula instead of a court application in order to promote access to justice and reduce the need to turn to the courts.
Addressed this concern and developed an innovative solution promoting conflict resolution and access to justice. Specifically, it passed an amendment to give non-relocating parents the option, Mr. Speaker, of indicating their opposition to proposed relocation through a form set out in the regs. This will save the responding parent time and money. The committee also amended the bill to require that parties seeking to relocate use a form to provide notice. Requiring that notice be provided through a form will promote clarity by prompting parents to provide all necessary information in a consistent manner. We anticipate that these measures will relieve the administrative burden on the non-relocating parent, while still helping to ensure that courts only hear cases in which there is a genuine disagreement between the parties. Mr. Speaker, I believe all members of this House support efforts in the bill to improve protections for children and families or who have experienced family violence. Bill C-78, for the very first time in federal law, includes a broad, evidence-based definition of family violence and guidance for courts making parenting orders in the context of family violence. Le projet de loi C-78 indique également que les tribunaux devront tenir
Bill C-78 provides that courts will need to consider family violence in determining the best interests of the child. Witnesses raised concerns that when someone fleeing violence seeks to relocate, It can be dangerous for them to notify other parties of their intent to seek an exemption from the notice requirements.
Concern, Bill C-78 was amended to explicitly provide that parties may apply to court to waive or change relocation notice requirements without notice to other parties. Courts could then decide, Mr. Speaker, whether or how other parties should receive notice without risking the safety of family members. Mr. Speaker, people who have experienced family violence and face ongoing risk must be able to relocate without compromising their safety. However, notice is a fundamental principle of the legal system, so courts will exercise this power only where necessary. Mr. Speaker, now I want to turn to the important issue of poverty reduction. As I said, I would focus this speech on the work of the Justice Committee, but I must take a minute to raise another issue of importance to me, and I believe to many Canadians. That is the feminization of poverty and how this bill will help address it. Monsieur le Président, les enfants et les familles vivant
Mr. Speaker, children and families going through separation or divorce are more vulnerable to experiencing poverty, especially children living in a single-parent family, which are often led by women. Unfortunately, many parents do not comply with the legal requirement to provide complete and accurate income information when establishing child support amounts. In 96% of cases, 96% of cases where support is in arrears, the arrears are owed to women. Obtaining fair amounts of child support is a key factor in reducing the risk of child poverty. Outcomes are better for children when fair and accurate amount of child support is established and paid quickly after separation or divorce. To meet the pressing need of reducing poverty for families living a separation or divorce, Bill C-78 provides multiple measures to ensure that financial obligations are properly met. The bill will permit the communication of information on income from one parent to the court and to provincial services. On official languages now, Mr. Speaker. The family justice system must be responsive to the changing needs of Canadian families, and that includes those of a growing number of Canadians living outside Quebec whose first official language is French, and Canadians living in Quebec whose first language is English. Following an important amendment at committee, Bill C-78 will amend the Divorce Act to explicitly recognize the right to use either official language before trial-level courts in divorce matters. And that means that the parties will be able to provide evidence, submit evidence, or seek an order in the official language of their choice. They will also be able to be heard by a judge who speaks their official language, so this is a significant change to the justice system. And this applies to official language minority communities across the country, and I think that's very important to point out, given what happened to the Francophone community in Ontario by the Ontario government. Now, I'd like to underscore the important work done by my colleague, the member for Mount Royal, and the member for Ottawa-Vanier, to ensure that this bill becomes a reality.
Once again, recognize the work of the entire Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and of course the invaluable contributions of family law experts and stakeholders from across Canada. They have made an impressive bill even stronger and more responsive to the needs of all Canadian families. The residents of my riding in Parkdale High Park have said that one of the many ways to modernize the justice system in Canada is by addressing the shortfalls of our family justice system, and this bill is a comprehensive step towards realizing that important goal. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
It's the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask a question to the Parliamentary Secretary respecting the issue of relocation. He represents a riding in the centre of Toronto. I represent a riding in suburban Edmonton. We represent ridings where lawyers are readily accessible, but that's not the case in northern and remote communities. And there was a concern that was raised at committee about the 60-day notice period to notify the non-relocating parent of the relocation with a 30-day response time. It was noted that in many parts of Canada, this time period would be very difficult, if not impossible. So I was wondering if the parliamentary secretary could comment on that and explain why the government rejected a Conservative amendment to increase the notice period from 60 days to 90 days with a 60-day response time.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the official opposition critic for his contributions in this House today, but also in the context of this bill. It's an important point about relocation. What I would underscore is 2 points. One, as I said in my comments, relocation is actually one of the most litigated areas in the entire family justice domain. So the first thing we're trying to do is reduce the amount of litigation, reduce the amount of reliance upon lawyers that, yes, exist in Edmonton and in Toronto, but do not exist in other parts of the country. That's the first point. The second point about the relocation is just trying to strike the right balance. If we proceed with a notice requirement that is prolonged to a large extent, what that will do is jeopardize the ability of the relocating parent to actually successfully relocate, should that be determined to be in the best interest of the child and in the context of that family situation. In striking a balance, it is not a perfect solution, but it is an attempt to strike a balance to accommodate both the needs and the interests of each of the parents in a divorcing situation. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this bill is a great example of how a couple of members can make a difference. Mr. Speaker, during the course of this bill, nous avons entendu parler.
We heard about francophones outside of Quebec who told us that they are not able to get a divorce in French in BC, Newfoundland, and several other provinces.
And we listened and we understood that that was a real problem. And working together in all parties, on a introduit un amendement.
We presented an amendment to ensure the right to a divorce in French all across Canada. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you've seen, your first contact with the criminal justice system, if you're not a criminal, is probably because you're getting a divorce. And you want to be able to express yourself in your language.
To speak in my other language when I'm emotional. And so I am so proud that all three parties in this House, the Conservatives, the NDP, and the Liberals, got together to promote official languages right in les deux communautés minoritaires.
In both minority communities in Canada.
For having done that.
Secretary.
I thank the member from Mount Royal for his contributions today, but also on this important point. Both he and the member from Ottawa-Vanier were strong and solid and consistent in their support for this important issue. And this issue should not be underestimated by this House. Protection of official language minority rights is a critical priority, not just for this government, but it should be for all governments in Canada. Unfortunately, we have not seen that. Most recently, we've had threats to official language minority protection, most recently in my province of Ontario. What we stand for on this side of the House and in this Parliament, thankfully, unanimously, is that the protection of official language minorities is not a partisan issue, and it should never be a partisan issue. And extending the rights to a francophone divorce in Colombie-Britannique, ou peut-être une
in BC, or perhaps an English language divorce in Montreal, is a very good example of that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. We have about a 30-second question, hopefully answered by a 30-second response.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So supportive of this bill, but hoping that it'd go a little further in the event of a marital breakdown. And, you know, the Divorce Act should grant joint custody or shared parenting unless it's clearly demonstrated that it's not in the best interest of the child. And hoping that when it is, and unless demonstrated otherwise, that the bill could grant that shared parenting or joint custody, and just looking for a response from the Parliamentary Secretary on that through you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 30 seconds or less, please.
30 seconds or less. First of all, congratulations to my friend on the other side for his election and for his recent membership with the Justice Committee. And second of all, on shared parenting. It's an important issue. It came up in the context of the allocation of time debate. Shared parenting is not entrenched in law right now, and we're continuing to not apply shared parenting as a presumption in law with these amendments. What we're doing is focusing in on a case-by-case basis on the best interest of the child. That is the default proposition, and what that requires is a unique analysis in each of the instances. It's very important to understand that, and also to understand that maximum contact with parents is also entrenched in the legislation, but always under the qualification of what is in the best interest of a child. Thank you.
It being 5:45, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Monsieur Lametti,
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Le Boutillier, moves that Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment, and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a third time and do pass.
is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Carried? Yep. Carried? Oh, I heard. I didn't hear a nay. Very good. Okay, carried. Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a
Mr. Speaker,
point of order.
I suggest if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 6 o'clock this time so we can continue to proceed with the day.
Do we have unanimous consent of the House? We have unanimous consent. The House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion of Monsieur Reyes relating to the business of supply. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that, given that,
respect for provincial jurisdiction and trust in provincial institutions, B, les Québécois.
B, the people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns, one federal and one provincial, and
the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, la Chambre demande.
The House call on the government to work with the Government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec, as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15th, 2018.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that A, the House has great respect for provincial jurisdiction and trust in provincial institutions. B, the people of Quebec are burdened with completing and submitting 2 tax returns, one federal and one provincial. And C, the House believes in cutting red tape and reducing unnecessary paperwork to improve the everyday lives of families. Therefore, the House call on the government to work with the government of Quebec to implement a single tax return in Quebec, as adopted unanimously in the motion of the National Assembly of Quebec on May 15, 2018. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Ladoux.
Ms. Ladoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Yodega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Pellepot-Taylor.
Mr. Pellepot-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Jean Le Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, rajouter la petite nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Ms.
North.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, du Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Willem,
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Eiking.
Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Massa Vignon, la Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le Métis Patane Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Rowney.
Mr. Fraser Centronova.
Mr. Fraser Centronova.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr.
Monsieur Poisson. Mr. De Corsi. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Jivneski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldeg. Mr. Amos. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Monsieur Breton. Mrs. Caesar-Chavannes. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Demoff. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Elkoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Ayelson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser-Westnova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Iacono. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Mr. Sanson, Mr. Senga, Mr. Sarai, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon, Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, Mr. Sikan, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman, Mr. Tubera, Mr. Tan, Ms. Vandenbell, Mrs. Zaid, Madame Fortier, Madame Lambropoulos, Mr. Hogue, Ms. Yep, Mr. Rogers, Mr. Rota, Monsieur Caron, Mr. Julian, Madame Brosseau, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Cullen, Ms. Ramsey, Mr. Davies, Ms. Ashton, Mr. Garrison, Madame Boutin-Sui, Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River, Madame Trudel, Monsieur Boulris, Monsieur Dubé, Monsieur Choquette, Mr. Duval, Monsieur Dussault, Madame Quash, Ms. Benson, Mr. McGregor, Mr. Johns, Mr. Cannings, Ms. Hardcastle, Monsieur Saganash, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Matheson, Madame Hughes, Mr. Kong, Mr. Weir, Mr. Greywall, Monsieur Bernier, Ms. May Sanish-Golf-Island, Mr. Whalen. Merci.
Yeas 40, 80, 80. Nays compte 191, 191.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:28, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Second reading of Bill C-417, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors. Standing in the name, Mr. Cooper.
Order. I'd ask members to come to order. Maybe they could assist me. I have a member rising on a question of privilege, which I have noticed. Order. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House on a question of privilege, not only as a member for Hull-Aylmer, but also as a chair of Black Caucus. 2 days ago, during this Black History Month, a group of Black Canadians, mostly young Black Canadians, were on Parliament Hill to engage and to sensitize members of Parliament on the issues facing Canada's Black communities. This effort was known as Black Voices on the Hill. I regret to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that both the member from Halifax and I were made aware of an incident of racial profiling of this group of young Canadians. This place belongs to all Canadians. Therefore, I ask you to investigate this matter immediately and to suggest measures to make this place a welcoming and open place that it should be for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax is rising on the same question privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the member of Parliament for Halifax, but also as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism. Following the Government of Canada's Black History Month Gala event at the National Arts Centre on Monday, February 4th, I was approached by several constituents of my riding of Halifax who were in Ottawa to participate in Black Voices on the Hill earlier that day. They shared with me their deep disappointment at the alleged incident of racial profiling that in the parliamentary precinct described by the member from Hull Aylmer. Later that night, I was contacted directly by another Halifax constituent who had been a witness to the incident. Mr. Speaker, there is grave concern in my community over this experience. So I too am respectfully requesting that you look into this matter and report back to this House on your findings, as well as any actions that may have been or may be taken to rectify this upsetting incident. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Hull Aylmer for raising this question, and also the honourable member for Halifax for his comments, which I take this matter very seriously, and I will look into the matter and return to the House in due course. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor to be rising today to speak to Bill C-417, standing in the name of the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, an individual I had the pleasure of working with on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, has arisen out of a long process involving great work on that standing committee. But before I get into the details of that, I want to go back to May of 2017, when I had the honor of participating in a press conference with the member for Victoria and two jurors, Mr. Patrick Fleming and Mr. Mark Ferrand. And it was at that point, Mr. Speaker, when I was serving as our party's justice critic, that I became aware, because I don't think many people really were at the time, of the strains and stresses that are involved with one of the most honorable services a person can give to their country. That is, to serve as a juror, as a judge of one's peers in a fair, open, and honest trial setting. And Mr. Speaker, what I learned at that time, quite frankly, shocked me, because it was not only the fact that jurors go through these stresses, but it was the fact that there are almost little to no supports there to look after them after they've done this very honorable duty on behalf of their community. And so, Mr. Speaker, in my capacity at the time as the justice critic and also as the second vice chair of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, in June of 2017, I asked if the committee could devote its very precious time to studying this matter. And I'm very thankful for all of my colleagues, my Liberal and Conservative colleagues, who unanimously agreed with me on my motion of study. Because, Mr. Speaker, as a lone New Democrat on a committee, it's not very often that we get to see our motions passed and actually acted upon. And so I have to commend my colleague, the member for St. Albert Edmonton, the member for Niagara Falls, our great chair, the member for Mount Royal, and indeed all of my colleagues on that committee who saw real value in this study and honored me and most importantly the jurors with committing to this study. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have very much enjoyed my time on that committee, serving as the justice critic, especially for someone who doesn't really have any formal legal training. It required a lot of effort on my part to bring myself up to speed. And even though I am now the agriculture critic and have now gone on to greener pastures, I will still remember my time on that committee. And I can say that one of my proudest times in this Parliament is to have my name associated with this study, because I think its recommendations really reflect a gap that exists in our justice system. And so, Mr. Speaker, the testimony that we heard at that committee was very difficult to listen to. We had witnesses who had been jurors on the Paul Bernardo trial. We also had Mr. Ferrand and Mr. Fleming. And Mr. Speaker, jurors are basically dragooned into service. They are taken out of their ordinary lives and they are basically pressed into service, almost cut off from their friends and family, not able or allowed to discuss any of the proceedings with members of the public or those they are closest to. They have to do this duty with little to no thanks, little family support, and also very low pay. It's indeed, Mr. Speaker, very much a patchwork quilt across this country. Some jurors were earning about $40 or $50 a day for this service. And Mr. Speaker, in order for a jury to render a verdict, it must be exposed to all of the evidence of some of the most horrible crimes that have ever been committed in this country. I'm talking about coroner's reports, pictures of the crime scene, audio recordings, video recordings. And how can we, for 1 second, imagine that someone would go through that experience and not be affected by it in some way? Because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of their service, they were essentially given a handshake, a pat on the back, and shown the rear door of the building with a thank you for your service. And so I can just imagine myself as a father of 3 children, if I had gone through that experience, would I be able to just pick up where I had left off to resume a normal life? Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer is no. We cannot expect someone to go through that experience, to witness that kind of imagery, to hear those kind of recordings, and simply go back to a normal life. And so that is where the gap exists, Mr. Speaker. That testimony was difficult to listen to, but it was important to listen to. And I think all members of that committee assured our witnesses that their words would not be in vain, that we were going to commit to some action in a unanimous and collaborative way, in a way I'm very proud to see all members from all parties, the work and collaboration that they committed to. So the result of that testimony, Mr. Speaker, was in what I consider to be one of the finest works of this 42nd Parliament, the report on improving support for jurors in Canada. And I will draw members' attention to recommendation 4 of that report, which recommended that the Government of Canada amend Section 649 of the Criminal Code so that jurors are permitted to discuss jury deliberations with designated mental health professionals once the trial is over. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, because we know from our increased understanding of mental health issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, that we cannot tackle this problem by simply sweeping it under the rug. We have testimony from the Canadian Armed Forces, from our first responders, and we know that the key to addressing post-traumatic stress disorder and the mental health issues that arise from it is to treat it early with professional help. And so why should jurors be excluded from that very same help that we freely give to our first responders and our Canadian Armed Forces? So now this brings me to the member for St. Albert Edmonton and his bill C-417. Because C-417, Mr. Speaker, is a direct result of our committee's hard work. It amends Section 649 of the Criminal Code to allow for jurors to freely and openly discuss what they witnessed with a registered and dedicated health professional who, by the very nature of their job, is sworn to secrecy in any case and committed to keeping those conversations secret. And we have other jurisdictions which have implemented this kind of a change with great success. I look at the Australian state of Victoria. They have recognized the problem, they have acted upon it, and they have had some great success. And Mr. Speaker, as a part of that committee's report, a response from the government was asked for. And the minister did indicate in her response at the time, I'm talking about the former Minister of Justice, when she said, "I am committed to examining jury-related issues, including Section 649 of the Criminal Code, with provincial and territorial colleagues as a part of my ongoing review of the criminal justice system, which would apply a gender-based analysis plus approach to identify potential different impacts." Well, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to be a joint seconder of this bill, and indeed to show the cross-partisan support. The member for St. Albert Edmonton, the first seconder of his bill, was the member for Victoria, and I believe the member for Mount Royal is there as well. This was a unanimous recommendation, and it is my sincere hope that members in this House, given the fact that we are running out of time in this 42nd Parliament, will see the intent behind this legislation, will see the merits, will honor the incredibly hard work and powerful testimony that was received at committee, and find it in their hearts to unanimously support this bill and send it to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I'd like to commend my Conservative colleague for his work. I'm very proud to be seconding this bill, and I hope we can do honor to those who serve in our justice system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill C-417, an act to amend the Criminal Code Section 649, which has been brought forward by my colleague, the Conservative member from St. Albert, Edmonton. I've had the honour of knowing this honourable member for over 10 years, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very aware of his experience and his encyclopedic knowledge of statutory law. So any bill brought forward by him amending the criminal code clearly says to me that this is a required change and that I can be confident in supporting it. The member is very passionate about justice issues, but even more so about protecting the victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, jury duty is something most of us will never experience. Many of us will be contacted for the selection process, but few are actually chosen. These Canadians who are chosen and perform their civic duty are often exposed to the horrific details of crime without the benefit of being mentally prepared for the experience. They are silent observers, Mr. Speaker, who must, for the benefit of a fair trial, expose themselves to images, testimony, and unbelievable details to ensure that they are considering all the evidence before making their decision. They do not have the ability to change the channel, to leave the room, or simply avoid the experience. They are compelled to go through with their service from beginning to end. Many, after seeing and hearing the unimaginable, have to gather as a group to discuss everything in detail again and again, and then come up with their decision for a verdict. As you can imagine, this can leave a normally healthy person with symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, and those who are predisposed to mental health issues are often even worse off. Mr. Speaker, an increasingly growing awareness about PTSD in society has really opened up our eyes to the effect that it has had on people, their families, and those around them. And that is a good thing. We suggest those with PTSD get professional help to address their problems, but this is not always possible, especially for those who are suffering because of their jury duty. Because in Canada, it is illegal to discuss your jury deliberation experience with anyone. This, on the surface, is perhaps a good policy to ensure our court system does not degenerate into a genre of tell-all books by those on juries. However, this makes it almost impossible for those with jury duty PTSD to seek professional help because they simply cannot talk about what is causing their health problems. Can you imagine being sick and then being told you can see a doctor, but you cannot discuss anything that has to do with how you become sick or what you are experiencing? That is basically the reality here, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-417 seeks to create an exemption for those affected by their jury duty to be able to discuss what they need to with their health professional. Of course, those deliberations would be protected by patient confidentiality. To do this, Bill C-417 is proposing Section 649 of the Criminal Code to be amended to allow former jurors to discuss their deliberations with designated health professionals once the trial is over. This, in fact, is also a unanimous recommendation of the Justice Committee of this House, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues have examined this issue in detail, and this is their recommendation. So now it's up to us here to make the necessary legislative changes. It is also worth noting that this concept has come to fruition in Australia already. In the time since, it has shown to work without any problems. Now it's Canada's time to implement these changes. If you say you support victims of crime, you have to allow them to access the help that they need. And major players in our justice system have also spoken in favor of this change, including the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Mental Health Commission of Canada. Given that all parties have supported this idea up to this point, I expect that to continue. I just hope that we can get through this legislative process before this writ is dropped, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was quite moved when I read testimony given in committee by former jurors who spoke to the challenges they face after their jury duty. I was particularly struck by the way their experience left them in a position where everyday things became a source of stress and anxiety. Many of those on jury duty who have to witness testimony and evidence of serious crimes speak of the lasting and permanent impairment on their emotional well-being. It is really quite unimaginable. Much of the court's testimony is already made public through the media and can be discussed. However, in a study done by Dr. Sonia Chopra, she found that 70% of jurors said that their stressors occurred as a result of the deliberation process. That part of jury duty they cannot talk about. At deliberation, they face the stress of rehashing facts, testimony, and interpretations thereof. They have the stress of knowing victims are expecting a certain result, but also the stress of knowing that they must be ready to deny if the facts do not support a guilty verdict. They hold the life of the accused in the balance and the stress of not wanting to make a mistake. It can be overwhelming. Are they about to condemn an innocent person? Are they about to set a mass murderer free? Will they make the right decision? Mr. Speaker, I think that this bill, while a great idea, does not mention some of the other aspects of this issue that tend to bother me greatly, especially as a member of the Health Committee. You see, as a society, we pay for mental health services for incarcerated prisoners in this country. However, we do not pay for the same services for our innocent jurors. As a society, we need to think about that. Are we comfortable with this arrangement? I certainly am not. Even if we were to agree to pay for mental health services for jurors, we do not currently have the capacity to provide that service here in Canada. Over and over again, we hear at Health Committee how Canada is challenged to provide mental health services in all regions of this country. It is my hope that if we create the opportunity for jurors to seek mental health support, the provinces will prioritize their work to set up the proper support system for them. Part of this progress, I expect, will be spurred by the work of the member from Caribou Prince George and his tireless efforts to create a federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder. His work to pass his private member's bill, Bill C-211, will be instrumental in this process, I anticipate. Bill C-211 was supported by all parties in this House, and it demonstrates our shared will to address PTSD here in Canada, no matter who is affected or why. It is my hope that Bill C-211 will allow for the creation of a standard of diagnosis, care, treatment, and even terminology for PTSD that will be consistent from one end of our nation to another. Improving mental health services in Canada is a shared responsibility. All parties have studied the issue. All parties agree more needs to be done, and now we just need to do it. We need to insist that some provinces up their game to ensure better consistency and availability of mental health services. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not naive, and I know that there will always be unreasonable calls for improvements to mental health services, but so far, I have not heard one person say that they think we here in Canada are doing a great job so far. Investing in mental health is an investment. By providing help to those that need it, we can allow people to live normal lives, hold employment, pay taxes, raise good families, and participate in our community. Ignoring their needs costs us greatly, both in terms of money and as a society. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud my Conservative colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for bringing this sensible proposal forward. I applaud the Justice Committee for studying this serious issue, and it will be an honor for me to support this bill, and I ask that my colleagues from all parties do the same. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to participate in the second reading debate on Bill C-417 today. I congratulate my colleague on the Justice Committee, the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, for bringing forward this bill. During our study in committee on counseling and other mental health supports for jurors, we heard firsthand from jurors of the trauma they experienced from their participation in jury duty. In fact, our committee released a unanimous report in May, which highlighted the necessity of the legislation we are now debating. During the first hour of debate on C-417, I heard from two other members of the Justice Committee, the member for Mount Royal and the member for Victoria, who both spoke for the need for this legislation. In fact, I would ask all members in this House to support this important legislation. This bill will amend Section 649 of the Criminal Code. It will add an exception to the offence of disclosure of jury proceedings so that it will not apply where disclosure is made for the purposes of receiving any medical or psychiatric treatment or therapy or counseling from a healthcare professional following the trial. The government has consistently made efforts to ensure that the criminal justice system is fair, efficient, and equitable for all Canadians. I do think that the bill will benefit from some amendments that will further its objective and improve its drafting. I would note that the bill's proposed amendment to Section 649 would benefit from greater clarity in terms of specifying what is meant by a health care professional. To ensure that information being disclosed by a juror is made to a professional who is regulated and bound by the duties of confidentiality so as not to undermine the integrity of the jury secrecy rule. Moreover, the English and French versions of this bill, as currently drafted, may be viewed as inconsistent. This could result in the English version being interpreted more narrowly in terms of the types of healthcare professionals and services covered by the exception. For example, it could exclude psychologists. In addition, an amendment to provide for a coming into force date, such as 90 days after the day the bill receives royal assent, would allow the provinces and territories some time to effectively implement the change to Section 649. I believe these amendments are consistent with the bill's objective and would enhance its drafting. As we debate and examine this bill, it is important to be mindful of the way in which juries contribute to justice in Canada and play an important role in upholding our Constitution. Section 11F of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees the right to a jury trial for offences carrying a maximum penalty of imprisonment of 5 years or more. Under the Criminal Code, certain offences provide for a presumption that the accused will be tried by judge and jury, for example, murder. And for other offences, an accused can elect to be tried by judge alone or judge and jury, such as instances of sexual assault or robbery. The Supreme Court of Canada has held that a jury reflects the common sense, the values, and the conscience of the community in Regina versus Davie 2012. The jury has also been described by the court as an excellent fact finder and a final bulwark against oppressive laws or their enforcement, which increases societal trust in the justice system. Regina versus Sherratt, 1991. While jury service is an important civic duty in Canada, we know from our committee's study on juror support and its report improving support for jurors in Canada that it can be both challenging and stressful for jurors. Jurors may be exposed to graphic evidence and disturbing testimony. Throughout our committee's study, witnesses provided testimony on the significant impact that jury service can have on jurors' personal lives. Some jurors indicated that following the trial, they had difficulties caring for children and maintaining relationships. Some have even reported experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder following the performance of their duties. Witnesses also identified other sources of stress that accompany jury duty, such as financial strain, contentious deliberations, and the pressure to reach a verdict. I agree with a statement made by one witness and former juror who was selected for the Paul Bernardo trial, Ms. Tina Desner, that our right to trial by jury depends on the willingness of all citizens to serve, but doing so should not be at the expense of a juror's own mental health. It is certainly a concern that the negative experiences of some jurors may lead others to seek to avoid jury duty, which poses challenges for courts who already struggle to obtain sufficiently large and diverse jury pools. I recognize that the member for St. Albert Edmonton has noted the work of the committee as providing the basis for his legislation, and as such, I would like to use some of my time today to discuss the committee's work, as well as the recommendations made in its report. The committee's report makes 11 unanimous recommendations. 7 of the recommendations fall within provincial territorial responsibility, including, for example, increasing the compensation jurors receive for jury duty in order to reduce the financial stress that can occur for some when serving as a juror. The report also recommends that information packages be provided to prospective jurors and that jurors be offered debriefing sessions and psychological support after the trial. Moreover, the report recommends supporting training for justice system professionals on the impact of legal proceedings on jurors' mental health. The government response to the report was tabled on July 18, 2018. It details the government's commitment to raising the report and its recommendations with the provinces and territories, and to encouraging discussions on ways in which jurors can be better supported across the country. I understand that this has been done and that federal, provincial, and territorial officials continue to engage on jury-related issues. The government's response also sets out its commitment to explore funding and to examine Section 649 with provincial and territorial partners. Our committee's recommendations have rightly recognized the important role that the provinces and territories play in this area. With respect to matters within federal jurisdiction, federal responsibility over the criminal law includes procedure in criminal matters. Part 20 of the Criminal Code sets out the procedural rules regulating jury trials and jury selection, as well as the offense of disclosing information relating to jury proceedings in Section 649. Provincial and territorial legislatures enact laws relating to the establishment of juries for civil, criminal, and other proceedings, such as coroner's inquests. Their legislation also provides the basis for identifying possible jurors from the community, the grounds upon which a person is ineligible for jury membership and juror compensation. The issue of juror support generally falls within provincial territorial jurisdiction, given their responsibility for the administration of justice. Thus, it is very encouraging that several provinces and territories have established psychological support programs for jurors. This allows jurors to access a certain number of free counseling sessions, such as in Alberta, British Columbia, Ontario, Quebec, Saskatchewan, and the Yukon. I strongly believe that supporting jurors is vital for the individual jurors themselves, but also for the legal proceedings in which the jurors are involved, and the administration of justice more broadly. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this debate today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor today to rise to talk to Bill C-417, an act to amend Section 649 of the Criminal Code. And I want to thank my colleague, the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, for his work on this bill. I actually want to thank all of the colleagues in this House from all sides that have worked tirelessly on this. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank a good friend of mine who's become a good friend of mine, one who's been very passionate about this, who I first met in the fall of 2016 after tabling my bill C-211 with respect to a national framework on for post-traumatic stress disorder, and that is Mark Ferron. Mark Ferron has been a tireless advocate, and really, as I said early on when he first brought this issue to me, and I was talking with reporters regarding my bill and those who were included in it, I was ashamed at the time that I did not include jurors. You see, Mr. Speaker, we trust that when somebody signs up to do their civic duty that, well, they do their duty, and there's not a lot that's been said afterwards. Why? Because they're sworn to secrecy. They're not allowed to talk about the horrific images and videos and testimony that they hear. You know, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say thank you to the 12 angry jurors that wrote letters to Minister Raybould, Minister of Justice, early on and tabled those letters. I believe that they were in April of 2017. They wrote such things as, in 1995, I was selected as a juror number 1 for a murder trial of Paul Bernardo. Lasting 4 months, the jury watched videos of Leslie Mahaffey and Kirsten French being raped and tortured for weeks on end. Each day I would go home in a daze, barely able to comprehend the things I saw. Burned in my memory, even at night, the videos would replay in my head, and I couldn't make it stop. And that person would not be able to share that with anyone else. Here's another one. There's not a day that passes that the thoughts don't come back, the details, the autopsy pictures of bullet holes in human heads, forensic photos of pools of blood. And that is a juror that was on the Pans murder trial. Or the juror that wrote, "It is a different world being part of a murder trial. It takes you to places you can't even imagine and don't want to go. It isn't how I live. To live life through the eyes of a murderer can be very difficult to witness. This is why counseling is necessary for jurors." Or the juror that wrote, "This trial itself was 2.5 months in length, and the visuals of the kidnapping and gruesome account of what took place from beginning to end of her horrifying demise have not just impacted only myself, but also had an impact on my family. I will never be a juror again, nor were my friends or my family, as they watched in pain of what I was and still am going through. I am not the only juror on the trial that sat through this and is suffering from PTSD. There are 3 that I know of. It is an abomination that doing our civic duty would lead to our lives being changed forever and creating a living hell for our family. Why are the courts not taking care of us when we are trying to take care of society by doing our civic duty?" That's a great question. And I've deviated from my speech, Mr. Speaker, because that's why we're here. These letters are the catalyst to why we are here today. And a huge debt of gratitude should be shared and mentioned to Mark Ferron and the 11 other jurors that actually had the courage to come forward, had the courage and put their faith in all of us in this chamber that we would actually take it serious. And for that, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to offer a huge thank you to my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for putting forth the amendments, this bill that amends Section 649 in Criminal Code. Mr. Speaker, PTSD is the mental health injury that one encounters when they see or experience traumatic events. It could be images, it could be videos, it could be a car accident, it could be a terrible accident that you yourself are in. We are only now just beginning to understand what post-traumatic stress disorder means. We used to call it when our veterans came back and our soldiers came back from war, or our first responders sat in a corner and became very disassociative. We would say that they were shell-shocked. Well, they're different. Well, now we know, Mr. Speaker, that that is post-traumatic stress disorder, a mental health injury. And we also know that PTSD can impact those that are subject to rape or sexual abuse. And it's true that these people that are just doing their civic duty, and over the course of, whether it's 2 weeks or 2 months or 10 months, as we're hearing, they see these images and they're burnt in their head. And then at the end of the trial, we turn them loose. They are to walk out through the front doors of that courthouse, never to speak of this again. And until this bill has come forward, they're not allowed to even share that with their doctors. Mark Ferrant also shared that there were many physicians that were not even willing to listen to him for fear of the patient-doctor violation, or the fact that he was having these issues and he wasn't able to share exactly what was going through. We know through the course of this study that our jurors also face not just the mental health injury or the mental illness that is subject to, or that is due to the images and the sights and experience that they go through, but also the financial crisis that has been put in place. And one juror actually wrote that it has impacted her family so acutely that she is now, like her family, even her own son has committed or has attempted suicide, all because of the mental health injury that she faced during the course of her civic duty. So, Mr. Speaker, I obviously you've heard the speeches down the way. I think that this is timely. I'm very proud of all of us, the work that we do here. I'm proud of June 21st, of this House. At June 21st of last year, we managed to pass my bill C-211 that received royal assent. It's now become law, that we are now the first country in the world to actually nationally adopt a piece of legislation to tackle post-traumatic stress disorder. It's my hope that this House could see its way forward to actually pass my other bill that we did, C-425, which recognizes June 27th as National PTSD Awareness Day. It would bring us in line with what our counterparts to the South and Australia and the UK are doing. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill that we have right here today, Bill C-417, is much needed. It is long overdue, and it might be too late for those that have already served, but at the very least, as we move forward, we can be sure that if you sign up for civic duty, doing your civic duty, and you are going to be a juror on a case, that you will have the support that you need and require once that court case is done. It is well overdue, and I applaud all of us in this House, all of those in this House, the Health Committee that brought this, that did the work on it. And once again, I've already said this probably 3 times, our colleague, as it was so aptly put by our friend from Calgary Confederation, that when our colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, brings something forward, he is such, he's got such encyclopedic knowledge of of our law system and our court system that anything like this. I do want to actually also make note, there was a great point that was brought forward. If we can pay for care for mental injury and mental health issues that our inmates have, for sure, 100%, that we should be actually looking forward and paying for and helping those that serve and do their civic duty. Mr. Speaker, with that, I humbly offer to you that I wholeheartedly support this bill. It is long overdue, and I want to thank those that have brought this issue to the forefront, including Mark Ferrand and the 12 angry jurors that brought these letters and showed their courage to bring it forward and to speak out. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton has the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege and an honor to rise to speak in the second hour of debate on my private member's bill C-417. And let me say that it is really, really wonderful to see the cross-party support for this common sense piece of legislation, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a totally non-partisan issue. It is about doing what is right. It is about ensuring that those men and women who are suffering as a result of doing nothing more than their civic duty can get the help that they need. That's what Bill C-417 is all about. And I want to take this time to thank the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for initiating the very important study around juror supports, which ultimately led to a unanimous report with a key recommendation that Bill C-417 seeks to implement. And I also want to acknowledge the NDP Justice Critic, the member for Victoria, for his tireless advocacy. And I was very honored that he was the main seconder of the bill. And to many members on the Liberal side, the member for Oakville North Burlington, the member for Toronto Danforth, the member for Coquitlam Port Coquitlam, all of whom stepped up and co-seconded it. All of the members of the Justice Committee who lent their support, most especially the honourable member for Mount Royal, the chair of our committee, who was tireless in his advocacy, who worked very hard to encourage the government to support the legislation in principle. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, I would like to thank those jurors who have had the courage to speak up, including the 12 jurors who wrote letters and the jurors who came before our committee to share their stories and share their experiences, including Daniel Cozine, Michael Swan, Patrick Fleming, Tina Dancer, Scott Blue, Mark Ferrand. Your stories were heard loud and clear, and you have made a difference. Let us work together across party lines to see that this legislation can come into effect before the dissolution of this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moved that Bill C-417, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to the standing order, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded.
Do now adjourn. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be able to have this opportunity to stand in the House during adjournment proceedings to follow up on a question I posed to the government last year on October 16th, which some members of this House will recognize is World Food Day. So here we are, Mr. Speaker. It's been 4 months later, and there still is not quite a clear answer from the government side to my original question, which was with respect to the development of a national food policy for Canada. We keep on being told, I think even as recently as last week, when I had the Deputy Minister before the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Tom Rosser, he was a little bit vague but told me maybe in the next 3 to 4 months we would see something. There were a lot of extensive consultations with Canadians from coast to coast to coast in the development of this food policy. In fact, I can remember in my own riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, it was one of my more popular town halls. I had a lot of people, not only consumers of food, but many local farmers who came to participate not only in the panel discussions, but also in the individual roundtables. And from their deliberations, I was able to formulate a report, which I handed into the Minister of Agriculture with a lot of pride in sort of participating in that process that will eventually lead to the development of this policy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe fundamentally that this document, this food policy, it's not going to be a very simple undertaking. It will certainly take some time, but I would like by the end of this evening to have some kind of a clear indication from the Parliamentary Secretary as to where the government is at and what more needs to be done and whether we can reasonably expect something in this 42nd Parliament. Because the New Democrats have had a plan for the development of a national food policy for quite some time now. And, you know, as the Agriculture Agriculture critic, I have to recognize the work of dignitaries in this party like Malcolm Allen, Mr. Alex Adamanenko, who were previous agriculture critics, and really led to the development of our plan, which was Everybody Eats, which was our vision for a pan-Canadian food strategy. And Mr. Speaker, we recognize that in a food strategy, we need to have a holistic plan. We need to make Canada a leader in the environmentally sustainable production of food. We need to work with industry to make them a part of the conversation, to have farmers at the center of this conversation, something that protects critical watersheds and promotes the best practices and reduces food waste from farm to fork. We want it to promote the welfare of animals because, as farmers know, the welfare of their animals allows their business to succeed and thrive. And any farmer who engages in animal husbandry will tell you that first and foremost, the welfare of their animals is always their top concern. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of good ideas out there. They have all been collected by this government, and it has now had almost 2 years to go through that vast amount of information that was the product of a lot of work of Canadians from all around this country. So again, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pose the question to the Parliamentary Secretary. When can we as Canadians, as parliamentarians, expect to see the national food policy? Can he inform this House as to a concrete timeline for the development of that? Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford and the member for Berthier-Masquinongé for having raised this important issue. Canadians' choices with respect to food has an impact on food security, food safety and health, our environment, our economy. The Canadian government is working with Canadians to establish a long-term vision for food in our country. This policy is entitled A Food Policy for Canada. It will be the first of its kind. We want to launch this policy by the end of our term. It will allow us to broach food issues and to take advantage of opportunities in fields having to do with the improvement of access to affordable food, the improvement of the safety of food and the improvement of their quality. the preservation of the quality of the soil, water, and air. A food policy will help us work better together. It will give us a solid base to reach our targets. The Government of Canada has conducted broad consultations on food policy. More than 45,000 Canadians have expressed their opinions online. We've also heard from various stakeholders during national meetings, regional meetings, as well as community activities. I have taken part in several of them. People have expressed themselves from Charlottetown to Vancouver, going through Yellowknife, and many other places.
We published a report called What We Heard, which summarizes the results of our consultations. And there are a number of issues that we heard about during our consultations. The need to fight hunger in Canada, as well as access to nutritional food adjusted for certain groups, namely for those living in poverty and in Indigenous and northern communities. These consultations also showed that preserving the quality of the air, soil, and water would have an important impact. The reduction of food waste, for example, was raised as an important issue to deal with. It is estimated that 1/3 of food in Canada is wasted or lost, and that Canadian households spend on approximately $10.4 billion on food each year that ends up in the garbage. That leads to an accumulation of waste in landfills, an increase in greenhouse gas emissions, and missed opportunities to help fight food insecurity. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at a way of enhancing food security and ensuring that Canada remains a leader when it comes to the production of high-quality food. We are working hard, not counting our farmers work hard and don't count their hours to feed Canadians. And with the food policy, the Government of Canada, industry, and other organizations will be able to work more effectively together in order to achieve the objectives for food, the environment, social and economic issues as they relate to food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's comments with regard to this question on the development of a national food policy. I'm glad to see that we will see it by the end of this government's term. He knows as well as I do from recent testimony before the Standing Committee on Agriculture, especially with our current study on Indigenous participation in agriculture, we have seen the statistics that even in a country as wealthy as ours, with the amount of food we are capable of producing, there are still so many food insecure areas, so many populations that don't have access to that safe, nutritious, and wholesome food. And it's really my sincere hope that this national food policy, while putting the needs of our farmers first and foremost, also addresses those critical areas, because I think in a country as wealthy as ours, this is still a national stain and shame. And I certainly hope that for the welfare of those populations that don't have the means, that we address them, because I believe it is our duty as parliamentarians to look after those who are less fortunate. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By bringing together all players and by pooling a broad range of experience and points of view, we will establish a food policy for Canada. And it must be consistent with the priorities and opinions of Canadians, Indigenous peoples, and all stakeholders. We conducted vast consultations, and we are now rolling up our sleeves to carefully examine all of the comments we received. They deal with the mandates of several federal organizations, including some that are currently developing complementary initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we are taking time to do things well. A food policy for Canada will ensure that we all move in the same direction with in mind the same objectives to deal with essential issues affecting food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise in this place on behalf of the women and men who serve in uniform in the Canadian Armed Forces to participate in this adjournment debate. The great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which in its wisdom has elected me to be their Democratic representative in the 6 consecutive previous elections, is home to Garrison Petawawa, Canada's largest army base, training ground of the warriors. I appreciate the trust I've earned from our women and men in the forces, and I've got their back. During a question period, I asked the government a question regarding the health and safety of our troops. While I may have expected a lack of response from the since-removed Minister of Veterans Affairs, who is now the Minister of Indigenous Services, Canadians expect more for their soldiers and veterans. I implore the former Justice, now Veterans Affairs Minister, to become the advocate for veterans, the one they've been lacking in this Liberal government. My question referred to the decision by the Liberal Party to play politics with military procurement. The policy decision to play partisan politics relates to the fact that the budget has not been increased as was promised to the soldiers and veterans. In fact, it was cut by $8 billion. Promises to restore the funding after the federal budget is balanced do not count for anything because we all know there is no plan to balance the federal budget. So what does that mean to the average soldier when military procurement budgets are cut? The public is only made aware of the high-profile cuts, such as the unfortunate parody that's being played out with the Vice Admiral Mark Norman show trial over naval ship procurement. There's also the decision to purchase second-hand junk from the Australians by acquiring their fighter jet cast-offs. Rather than proceeding with the second-hand fighter jet cast-offs, we should be holding a fair and open competition immediately. Defense budget cutbacks mean the health and safety of soldiers are compromised. For example, it's being brought to my attention that the health of soldiers has been shortchanged by the use of unqualified individuals to perform basic medical procedures. In this case, the procedure is a routine eye examination. Eye examinations are required as part of the universality of service standard all soldiers must maintain. But rather than employing a licensed ophthalmologist to conduct the eye examinations that are required as a part of the universality of service, a medical technician has done the testing for years. The bare minimum in eye care has been given. As an unqualified technician, the referral to a physician specialist, in this case an ophthalmologist, would not be made because the technician is not trained in eye health. For the most part, service members are not made aware of the regular eye exams being provided by the Canadian Armed Forces, are not being provided at the civilian standard level of care that would identify health concerns. Until a crisis occurs for the soldier, nobody knows anything. In this real-life example, service members, after experiencing vision difficulties, only discovered the nature of their vision losses after being diagnosed by off-base civilian medical professionals. And the tragedy of one case in particular is that the vision loss was preventable and would have been diagnosed in a timely fashion had a proper medical person being.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to reiterate that the member opposite had asked a question about the mission in Mali regarding peacekeeping. She was saying that there hadn't been debate and a vote, and so I believe that my colleague opposite knows more about the rules of the chamber than I do, but I'll go back to her initial question as put in the House. So as you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that Canadian leadership, Canada is showing leadership on the international scene by collaborating with the UN for peacekeeping missions, and we're back. After the decline and cuts of the Harper Conservatives, we are recommitting to peacekeeping by supporting the mission in Mali. And this was directly relating to the question my colleague opposite had put. Today, the Air Task Force is providing medevac and tactical air transport services. We support the peace process in Mali and have adopted a comprehensive approach and are providing military resources to protect civilians, and that is at the heart of our efforts. Now, clearly, Mr. Speaker, the safety during operations, safety of the members of the Canadian Forces are a top priority. While we can't always eliminate all risks, we are attenuating the risk levels our serving members face during operations. The government to make sure that our forces have the equipment and training they need for their missions. And for Mali, that also includes rules of engagement designed to reduce risks to their safety. We're proud of the role the Canadian Armed Forces are playing in Mali and the positive impact that they're having across the world. As part of Op Presence, Canadian forces are providing capabilities that are more than necessary to the UN stabilization mission. They deployed an air task force of some 250 service members. 2 Chinook helicopters, 4 Griffin helicopters are ready and standing by for medevac. They also provide tactical air transport services for the UN soldiers in Mali. As of February 1st, 2019, our operational force conducted 120 sorties and 6 medevacs. It carried some 4,600 passengers and more than 340,000 kilos of freight. The mission in Mali is an opportunity for Canada to distinguish itself internationally through the LC initiative. In fact, our government understands that diversity is a key aspect of the success for any mission, and we're very proud that women represent 15% of our deployed strength in Mali, which is above the UN average at 4%. Canada is a world leader in this area. We're proud of the progress that has been made. However, we are aware that a great deal needs to be done to increase the representation of women in the forces. Now, we were very open and very transparent with respect to our commitment to MINUSMA. It winds up in July 2019. We are also happy to see that Romania will be taking over in Mali. This validates the pertinence of the commitment to the UN, and we are ensuring that a smart rotation of our deployment is very prevalent.
The tragedy of one case in particular is that the vision loss was preventable had it been diagnosed in a timely fashion. Now a soldier faces being assessed as medically unfit for duty and being involuntarily released from service, and will have to prove the condition is due to his time in the military in order to get any pension. That's one soldier. How many other soldiers' health and well-being is being affected by these types of cuts that are invisible to the public until there's a problem? The health and safety of our women and men in uniform should be a #1 priority for the government. There's an opportunity for the new Minister of Veterans Affairs to make things right. She can either repeat the mistakes of the last Minister of Veterans Affairs or do the right thing and give veterans what was promised in the last election. Drop the empty PMO talking points and do the right thing. Lives depend on you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The member that the question had put is not at all the issue that she is discussing here today. So to go back to what I said in my opening remarks, we are very happy to have participated in peacekeeping missions where the Conservatives did not. Our forces on the ground, our air forces, have made a difference internationally. And I'd like to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that the safety of our men and women in uniform is our priority. I also want to clarify for my colleague that the House of Commons should have an opportunity to debate these international deployments, and that's why March 20th last I offered a debate. The offer still stands, so I would invite my colleague to consider that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Havres. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have an opportunity to discuss an issue that has been widely discussed here the past few days, the issue of a single tax return, the unanimous motion from the National Assembly calling for an opportunity for Quebecers to fill out a single tax return. It's something the Quebec Premier also wants, Mr. Speaker. We had an opportunity yesterday, in fact, to cover off the issue as part of an opposition day. And the motion was simple. It called for the cooperation of the government and all parliamentarians to adopt the motion, which would state that Quebecers are required to fill out two tax returns, one federal and one provincial, that the House reduce paperwork in order to facilitate lives for Quebecers, and that the House put in place a single tax return in Quebec in accordance with the motion adopted unanimously by the Quebec National Assembly last May. Now, that was yesterday. We had an opportunity to debate the issue and to vote on the opposition motion. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, despite his fine words, the Prime Minister showed once again that he has no willingness to respect what the provinces want. The Quebec Liberal members all voted against this motion, which was designed to enter into discussions with Quebec, and it was a reflection of the unanimous wishes of the Quebec National Assembly, including the Quebec Premier himself. This would have made it possible to simplify the lives of Quebecers. That is the ultimate objective that we were seeking with the motion to create a single tax return for Quebecers, to facilitate their lives, to cut red tape and administrative paperwork. As the Liberals implied, it had nothing to do with fear-mongering. Jobs will not be affected, no jobs, by abandoning one of the two tax returns. Officials currently working at Revenue Canada will keep their jobs because there are challenges when it comes to dealing with tax evasion, for example, audits that need to be done by CRA employees. So the debate isn't whether a single tax return for Quebec will lead to layoffs in Quebec. That's false. And that was the part of the fear-mongering that we saw by the Liberals. What Quebecers want is a single tax return, and that is would be a good thing for them. They're the only province to have two tax returns. What we're saying is make things easier for Quebecers, eliminate the second form, make it easier. We need to reduce the administrative burden that requires Quebecers to do two tax returns. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-Lérable for his question. But for the last several days, he's been accusing our government of leading a fear-mongering campaign concerning this tax return. But what we're saying is that we always want to try to work with the government of Quebec to simplify the lives of Quebecers, but not at any cost. Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking of the employees at the tax agency. My colleague should bear in mind the potential consequences on the over 5,500 employees who work in the 14 different offices across Quebec. There would be job losses, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Revenue said so well, chop, chop, chop. Premier Legault admitted it himself. So what do the Conservatives have to say about those 5,500 employees? Yesterday, the Conservatives revealed their true colors. Not only did they reveal that they don't have a plan, but the member for Chicoutimi-Le told us that the 5,500 jobs at this CRA office in Quebec were just details. Mr. Speaker, the CRA in Quebec is much more than a detail. It's real people. It's 5,500 high-quality jobs that families depend on. It's 5,500 families that contribute to their community in those rural areas. Our position is clear. We will not put those jobs in danger. Currently, the federal government, 9 provinces and 3 territories have harmonized their definition of income. Quebec has a different definition, different rules, and different exemptions. To have a single tax return in Quebec, either the federal government, the 9 provinces, and 3 territories would have to change their system, or Quebec would have to change its system. What option do the Conservatives prefer? When are they going to explain to us who they are going to ask to change their system? If the Conservatives were serious about this, and about simplifying the tax form for Quebecers, they wouldn't have cut the CRA services that are offered in Quebec. On this side of the House, instead of making empty promises, we will continue to invest in the services that make a real difference in the lives of Quebecers. This is the goal that has motivated collaboration between Revenu Quebec and the CRA for over 30 years, and that collaboration has borne fruit. There are a number of new services, and we've improved access for the 86% of Quebec taxpayers who file their taxes electronically. There are a number of initiatives that allow people to pre-fill their tax forms and transmit them effectively online. All of these services allow them to simplify the process. There are also updates to tax preparation software that have been made that simplify the filling out of both forms. With both forms, the information can be automatically generated. That's what cooperating with Quebec really looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is the same thing that we've been hearing all week, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately, the government is still refusing to listen to the National Assembly of Quebec, which unanimously requested having a single tax return for Quebec, and so did the Premier. Now, it's not surprising that the Liberals would refuse to work with Quebec because they still see Quebec as a threat. They don't want to give up any of their powers to Quebec. So this whole story about definitions, the definition of the word income, is absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. When Quebecers receive their check, they get 1, not 2. So these are just technicalities. And they're using semantics to avoid giving Quebec what they want and what they need. And that's not surprising because the member for Gatineau said that the idea of having a single tax form was the stupidest idea in history, Mr. Speaker. That's the message that he sent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Conservatives are trying to win over Quebecers with magical thinking. They don't have a real concrete plan. They want a single tax return, but they don't have a plan. When it comes to tax evasion, no plan. Climate change, no plan. I could continue. And not only do they not have a plan, but the Conservatives are completely wrong when they say that a single tax return is simply a question of an administrative agreement. There are real people working for the CRA in Quebec. There are 5,500 high-quality jobs that middle-class families depend on there. Those 5,500 employees spend their money in small businesses in Shawinigan, Jonquière, Sherbrooke, Trois-Rivières, and Rimouski, among others. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will do everything to protect those jobs that those communities depend on. Thank you.
La motion portant
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.